Hello, humans and not humans. Welcome to session
So,
43 of Eberron, Prophecy of Mourning, titled Blood Rain. When we last left off, a great many things had happened, but most importantly, the party has discovered that the egg that they had been carrying around all this time seems to be a vessel for a what they're assuming to be rebirth of Ygith.
yeah, that was our best assumption.
Mm-hmm. The current goal of the party is trying to get out to Terravala Stas in Velnar and deal with a threat that they had long since left behind. But I believe other things are currently being done. We are on the morning after the previous session ended, which was late night, very early morning. This is after sunrise. A nice cool day, quite humid. And if there's anything that we want to do before trying to head to Terravala Stas or trying to head to where we can get a better airship to go, if there's anything you guys want to do or discuss, go ahead and do so now.
Who wants to
Well,
start? Guts, you want to hand out your presents?
yeah, the only really. Sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, Gus.
No, it's fine. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say the only thing Star really has to do is get her stuff. That's it.
Is she still
Yeah.
walking around naked?
She was running around naked, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Ryan was just gonna call Torin and see if he could help us out.
Okay. Guts.
I can probably do my things last by, handing out the stuff and then talking to why's my mind blanking? Sister. Area. There we go.
All right. Callie. Bye-bye, Callie.
Goodbye.
She refuses to speak.
Uh-oh, what happened?
You get a phone call.
Oh, but he's very spurry.
Furry.
Yeah, instead of
Oh.
sorry. All right. Before we do anything like calling Torin, I'd rather the party discuss what they want to do first. Who they're trying to communicate with before handing things kind of in a out of order fashion.
Okay. I guess in that case, just randomly probably want to debrief with the princess.
Okay.
And everything that's happened.
All right. Sab, I was saying that we're trying to figure out what everybody wants to do and what the game plan is going to ultimately be.
I think we were hoping to go to Star Alaska to meet up with the airship. Torin?
Well, we'll have to call him first, but it could either be Star Alaska or Dago, wherever he's closest to.
Yeah.
All right.
Aside from that, I don't think I had anything particular that Kali was wanting to do here. If there's just downtime, she would probably. There's no point in looking for healing potions because they've all been used recently.
Yeah.
We need to let Layla know about the salvage opportunities. Give them a jump start on getting out here.
Okay. That kind of stuff
Aside
is normally handled by the house putting out contract and is most likely already being jumped on because it was already in the newspapers.
Oh, okay. Well, aside from that, if we go to Star Alaska or Dargoon, I assume either of those would have a House Civis Enclave.
Enclave?
Enclave.
Star Alaska is much closer.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and it does
we'll
have.
try and. We'll send out a message whenever we get to one of those. But
Okay.
other than that, because Rhiannon can't send the message to the person I want to, I think Kali would just see if there's anything worth getting at Braid's place, just idly, but I don't think there's anything. So, other than that, she would probably spend some time looking at her book,
Okay.
the prophecy book.
All right. And Guts, what did you want to hand out? Fantastic. Glad to hear it.
Forgot I was muted. I was handing out the wand and the defensive sword thing. I
Oh.
think it was like a rapier.
Yeah.
And what about the rug?
I mean, I can show everyone. I can show everyone my rug.
Look at my fancy
right.
rug.
So, Callie, then.
Why have you gotten a carpet?
Yes. So you're probably running into Celica as Celica is coming out of trades, and bundled along with a sword and a wand is a very large rug.
Oh, why do you have a carpet?
It's a magical one. It talks.
I don't understand how that would be beneficial to anyone.
Well, I think I was also told that it can fly.
Yeah, I can fly.
You can fly, yeah.
Does Kali hear this?
Yes.
Okay.
And she notices that it like moves a little bit, indicating that there's like mouth moving inside. Slightly muffled.
Oh, that's right. Lumi knows of this, but doesn't. Yeah, she's
What is-
surprised that it flies now.
So you are a talking, flying carpet.
It's also kind of hungry
What?
sometimes, but I've already fed him.
Hungry.
Yeah. I gotta eat too.
You're. I. You know, Kali does not have high arcana, so I don't know that Kali. No, because she knows of these other sentient items. None of them eat.
Yeah.
What? Why do you eat?
The same reason you eat. You're talking flying rock. But you
Not
gotta eat, right?
exactly.
Well, I'm not
But-
I'm not exactly just a talking flying carpet either.
So you are not a talking item. You are a creature then.
There's hardly a difference.
I would say there is a significant difference.
Yes,
You
difference
could
would
not
be
be left in a room for hundreds of years and still be alive. No one was there, correct?
Yeah, but
Generally,
so can
creatures-
plants.
Most plants cannot. Most would die without, sunlight.
But there are exceptions. So look at me as an exception.
Why am I arguing with?
I don't know, but you're losing.
It
I like
seems
this rug.
Oh.
I think Rhiannon and this rug are going to be best friends.
Yeah,
What is it that you eat?
Whatever you throw at me. Not really that picky.
Yeah, I gave him some rations earlier and he ate that.
Yeah.
So just any form of matter.
I mean, yeah.
You are similar to an otyug then.
Bless you.
Do I know what that is?
Probably not.
Yeah, bless you.
So, how fast do you fly? I don't know if I should be directing these questions to you, Celica, or to you. So I'm just going to direct them to you. Do you have a name?
Yeah, yes, several.
Is there one that you prefer?
Yeah.
Okay, you're not willing to share it then. Very well.
Oh, I didn't realize you were asking me to share it. You just asked if I had a name.
You are distressingly literal.
Yes.
Oh, so what should we call you then? I was going to call you Ruggy, but if you've got an actual name.
If you had done that, I would have eaten you alive. Speaking of
Wait,
eating alive, the name I prefer to go by is Ah!
hold up a moment. You eat people?
I said I'm not picky. Whatever you're throwing me.
Celica, what have you done?
I didn't know that. I thought he just ate things. I didn't know he ate people.
I told you I wasn't picky.
Yeah.
Celica, I blame you for this.
What? It's not like I just collect things. I don't. just think back. It's like,
You say
"It's
as
got
you have a fish.
There's a fish. There's a
You,
shade.
you shouldn't blame Celica. It's my mother's fault I was born.
How many of these other things that you have with you are also talking and eat people?
Well, none of the other stuff I bought is talking yet.
So she's just
Uh,
admitting that her sword doesn't talk to her.
Oh, my
No, no.
host.
I mean, the new stuff I bought hasn't talked yet. The old stuff I still have. Yeah.
Celica, best of luck on your future as a rug owner. I hope
look-
that it does not eat you.
No
What's
promises.
this rug?
Good luck.
We're
with
getting more
that.
strategies now. You're not really gonna.
What
eat
what
me,
did
are
this what did this
Oh
rug
yeah, no,
cost
we're
you?
we're gonna be best friends.
you? I don't need to.
I don't
incite
think
that.
Collie needs to insight these
Yeah.
things. Where are you going to keep your new friend?
Well, I was gonna see if Sal wanted to put it in her bag.
In her bag of holding.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
You realize that it just said that it's not picky and it eats things. It would probably eat everything in her bag of holding.
Don't worry, come to me with it. I have an amazing idea.
Can I insight to know if the rug is gonna be nice and not eat everything?
Yeah, you'd have to make an insight check. Though with
Okay.
disadvantage because you've never made an insight check against a rug.
And there was that one time.
The one time that you failed.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can use my. 'cause I have
Well,
no-
I was going to see what they had, but now I'm going to have to go with you to avert disaster.
It won't be that bad. Insight. Well, one is a 13, and one is a 4. I'll go with the 13.
No, you won't. You won't. You'll go with the 4 because it's disadvantage.
No, I say I go with the 4.
Yes.
I reject it and take it on my own. But yeah.
No,
I
he's
trust him.
he's just joking. You can tell.
Yeah. He's not gonna eat any other stuff. He's fine. Come on, Ah.
Onward.
I guess I am with you then. Because you cannot be trusted. Not you, Carpet. I'm pretty sure it goes for you as well, but you haven't proven this
Cat.
as the case, so. You know. I should at least give you some small benefit of the doubt.
Hang
It's
on
not
a
like
second.
you've lied. You've already said you will eat people and things, and you're.
Lumi, do you have Tailspire working?
Yeah, I.
Was that yes, maybe no?
I definitely have it. I just, space cadet.
So, while you're getting that open, you have been stopped by a sweet old lady, Granny Smith. And
Hey.
she's been talking to you most of the morning about literally anything. And as she's been talking, she's been handing you her apples. And at this current point in time, you have an armful of apples with like no extra space to hold them, and you're under the impression that you can't just like walk away from this conversation because based off of her accent you realize that she's from back home. She's from Sarlona, and her accent's a bit thicker than your father's. So she's keeping you in the conversation. Every time you're trying to back out, she's giving you another apple and talking about, the days of roaming the sand, the crystal palaces, all that good stuff. You see Callie and Celica walking about. You hear a little bit of the conversation with the rug, and you can see the visible distress on Callie as she's trying to deal with Celica yet again.
Daily occurrence.
Rhiannon, you were debriefing Princess Ada, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything you're wanting to say specifically, or any information you're looking for, or anything?
Not looking for much. I guess she's gonna warn her just to keep an eye out for anything that comes from the Gonth, because of the crystals that were chucked about. No doubt got seriously rattled in the crash.
Yeah, she has no intention of messing with any of that.
Yeah, and if possible, she could talk to Dwen about it, but to keep records of any slight changes in of anything, to anyone who's been to the crash will come out of it. Just watch them very closely.
Okay, so she'll work with him on that, and if need be, she's already spared the healers that she can, but she's going to put a call out to New Sire to see if there's anybody that they can send over as well.
Yeah. Other than that, when she's all done, then she'll just walk out and meet everyone else.
Okay. So, are we going to call Torin before heading to Starlasker, or after?
Definitely before.
All right.
So that we want at least like an hour or 2 hours layover, I guess, so people can do things there as well.
Okay. So, you get a hold of Torin, and we've talked about this out of character some. Essentially, you're calling in a really big favor. This would be a private ride, an escort aboard his prototype vessel, the Burning Gale. And essentially, you would be getting passage for 900 gold, or you would be spending a plot point.
I think I'll spend the gold. I've got 600 on me now, so unless we're all chipping in.
I can chip in for the fare, but I also believe that saving that plot point for something like in the future, because we don't know what's been changed yet over in Velnar. So
Shame that we can't also just dock our tiny air skiff into the Burning Gale to bring it with us.
You do it like Power Rangers and we form it into a bigger one.
Can we tow it?
I think it'd be pulled to pieces if it went that fast.
No, the air skiff can go very fast over short bursts.
Yeah.
But it's very draining on the pilot. No, you
you
would be able to you would be able to get it aboard the Burning Gale. It's not going to be much worse than having cargo, but what's going to happen is you end up giving up some of your cargo space for it. Which means either you're going to have to go light on supplies, or you have to make an extra stop, which is normally a half a day sort of thing.
I think that should be fine, because then we'll have the extra mobility in case we need it.
Yeah.
Then
Can
we would
anybody
also
in the
need-
party create food and drink?
It's a cleric spell. I think I can. Let me Sorry, stop trying to like sniff my almonds. No, I can purify it right now, but I'm not high enough to create it yet.
Okay. All right.
Other than that, yeah, it's 180 for each of us then. Gold.
So who is able to
Uh,
pay their fare, and who's
Me.
unable to?
Wait, how
Can
much
pay
is
my
it per
fare.
person?
800 or
180
sorry,
gold.
180 gold. Yeah.
Oh, we're splitting it up evenly. We are.
I can pay it.
That was the idea. Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
I can
yeah.
afford the 180.
Versus freeloading off of your party members. All right. So you call him up. He seems rather busy at the moment, but he takes the time to listen to what you have to say. You guys negotiate your price and settle on 180. The question now being, are you going to try and bring the Sigmar in with you?
If it's possible, yes.
Yeah, it's possible. It's just you either go light on what's being brought as far as food and supplies, or you stop for an extra half day.
Yeah. Unless
I think
we
it'd
put
be a
the
good
supplies,
idea.
unless we put the supplies on the Sigmar, because it can take up to 1,500 pounds.
But that's
Yeah.
when it's under its own power.
Yeah, this thing is going to be a sitting duck because the elemental will not be powered, essentially. It's going to just be bound inside its container.
Yeah, well, I guess the half day stop will have to be done.
Okay. So we set our plan on that, and he will be able to get to Star Alaska in good time, and basically giving you guys till tomorrow morning to do what you need to do. We know that it takes about half a day for you guys to get out to Star Alaska anyways.
Okay.
Onward!
That's kind of pushing the Sigmarin pretty fast. So if there's nothing else to be done here, then we can go ahead and do that.
Celica has acquired
Me?
a flying rug.
Ooh, let's
No.
see it.
It eats people.
I said
Oh,
I eat anything. If you happen to feed me a person, then so be it.
Rhiannon's
Yes,
gonna
but then
lean
you
in.
said your name is a scream, as if
I said that's
your
one of
favorite-
my many names,
You said
and
it was your favorite.
it is my favorite name because it's the last thing things say as I eat them. Yes.
So
Animals,
Rhiannon's gonna
It's
lean.
quite
animals,
sinister.
people, whatever.
Rhiannon's gonna lean into the rug, like look over the workings, all the patterns and whatnot, and just ask, anything?
Anything.
I like it.
Anything.
By the host.
So what you're saying is, you could make an excellent throw rug.
No, I fly.
Precisely my point.
It's very literal.
So when you say anything, if say I don't know, something immortal would happen to be eaten, it wouldn't be able to get out and come back again, would it?
Yeah, it would.
So you just eat the body, and that would be it.
Well, no. If it's immortal, it's just going to be inside until it finds a way out. It's happened before.
Oh,
You've eaten a mole?
immortal deer.
Yes.
How did that happen?
Well, I don't think it was on purpose. They kind of tripped and fell, and I was yawning. They were lost in there for, a millennia. But they eventually found their way out.
Interesting.
That's a long time.
How are you only 10 gold?
I think trade severely undervalued this wonderful little item.
Yeah, but I was wondering where we could put it because I don't think it's going to be good to put lug it around. So I was thinking about put it in Celica's, not Celica's, Sar's special bag.
But it will eat
have a
the
better
things in
idea.
Saw's bag.
I have a better
What do you-
idea. Gimme.
What do you,
It
holding
it,
it protectively.
it flies away over to Saw.
He's like,
It
Alright,
just
so I take
it unfurls and goes over to Saw.
I was about
By
to
the
say, I take by the
progenitors.
corners and I just
I like your
do
teeth.
the top it,
Ow.
and I throw it over my back like a cape.
It noms onto your shoulders and stays.
so the mouth part is facing out or in?
It's biting on, kind of like Kamui bites onto
Onto Ryoko.
in Kill la Kill.
Oh, okay.
So like it bites on and forms a cape for her.
Did Sar just steal my magic item?
I think it went willingly, dear.
You're still attuned to it. Don't worry.
I was saying, she steals my kills, she steals my items. What's next? I have
Well,
your
you
family
asked
now.
me.
Oh,
You were like, let Saw hold it in her bag, and she's like, no, better idea.
Yeah,
Where's
yeah.
the cape?
If
That
it works,
way-
it works.
Yeah, and
It's-
that way, if anyone grapples me, it could just eat
In
them.
in kind of like did Saw just steal this comment? Its little tassel gives a thumbs up.
I like this run. Good fun.
Hmm.
Excellent.
He's either says thank you or fuck you.
Sure, it was thank you.
I'm pretty sure it said I like you too.
She'll give it like a kissy, like, "Mwah, love you too, dear."
Seems as though everyone likes my rug. Alright, well, it wasn't the only items I got. I bought these things as well. And I'll hand out the sword and one. I can't remember what they were called. I don't think I was given a specific name for them.
No.
That was basically a red mage sword.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I'll give the sword to Syria, and I'll hold the wand out to whoever wants to take that. And
I think
Oh.
Akasha would benefit the most
Yeah.
because bards don't have a lot of direct damage stuff usually.
all right.
Chromatic orb one would be awesome. So Rian's gonna like hold the rapier in one hand,
It
go by the hilt with the other.
it flashes to life when you hold it in your hand. Red electricity sparks from your arm and into the blade. You hear a faint voice at first. You're unable to make out what it says, but it becomes more clear. Do you wish to form a bond?
Oh. Can I do an Arcana check or something?
Insight would probably be the only thing.
12 plus 5.
Really? I really hope I haven't just killed my pipe members by just giving them random items I don't know anything about.
It is a very impartial voice. It seems like it is trying to make a connection similar to attunement.
Let's.
Then bind yourself to the blade.
Do I need to do anything for that? Just other than agree to it?
You can make another insight.
That is a 18 total.
You believe it is asking for a blood binding.
Oh,
Like
Oh.
like
Blood magic.
yeah, like slicing a little bit of a finger or getting a drop of your blood on the blade, pricking it somehow. You don't need to do one of those stupid, like, they go across the whole hand garbage.
Yeah,
It's just,
teeny.
yeah.
Do like a pinprick and just go.
Yeah, she'll use my hands to grab onto the sheath and prick the tip of her finger on the tip of the blade.
That red lightning arcs into that little bit of blood, and suddenly the blade goes red. And then seemingly dormant, and in your head, you hear, "The contract has been formed. I am one with you as you are one with me. We shall not be separated, save for death."
Oh.
Till death do we part.
With that, the blade seems to vanish. But
was Rhiannon just talking out loud to the sword, by the way?
it was mentally.
Oh, okay. I was going to have Kali be like, oh, great. Now there's another one.
The blade vanishes, but you feel it still there, as if all you needed to do was think of it, and it would be summoned into your sword hand.
Oh, like the shard blades from Brandon's books.
Yeah.
Cool.
I find it amusing that both Celica and Rhiannon now have the ability to summon a weapon just like warlocks of the blade do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean,
She'll
it's
give it a
part
go. She'll try. She'll hold out arm to the right and imagine the blade coming into her hand.
So did you get any gifts for the non-humans?
Oh,
I mean, Sar just took the rug, so I guess so.
Yeah, so you didn't get her a gift. She just
the
took
rug
it.
went. The rug went to her.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, are you asking this in character like a random stranger's asking me? Are you asking me?
I'm asking you. Did you think to get the non-humans of the party anything?
I specifically asked if he had anything, and he showed me 2 things other than the rug.
And so you gave them to the 2 humans.
I offered them Ron to anyone.
You went.
Don't let him get you down, Celica.
To be
after
fair-
the rug flew over to Sa, you went specifically to Rhiannon and Akasha.
To be fair, after what happened with the rug, if you had gotten something for Kali, I don't know if she would have taken it.
that's fair.
Because it's like,
We're just.
I guess
I'm just making sure that we're further cementing the stereotype that Celica is just racist.
no, this is your opinion.
Speciesist.
Yes, species.
You're a
Rhiannon
stupid
too,
man.
though.
Just because these things kind of happen doesn't mean it's the actual truth. God.
Yeah. Okay.
It's okay.
Rhiannon-
We're teasing.
Yeah. Well, the nice thing about this is that if the party gets into like a TPK situation, usually it'll be like all the human members have been killed, and then we just get overlooked.
Yeah.
I mean, if you
Who are
really think,
those? Oh, they're clearly side characters. They can live.
Just don't worry about
They don't make death saves, so we can't kill them.
it.
look, if it makes anyone feel better, I'll get something for Carly in the future or something. I don't know.
No. I think Kali got the best gift. Celica's
Yeah.
friendship.
Yes.
If you say so.
I got Celica's first smile.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's everything. I think it's given everything out now. How long do we have until we leave? And I'm asking this in character.
Early morning. Torrent's not meeting us until tomorrow morning, so we've.
It takes
half
half a day of
trip to
travel.
South
Yeah.
Alaska. Yeah, so we've half a day of travel to South Alaska, and then you're free to do whatever you please till the next morning.
All right. If we've got time now, I've got just one more visit I'd like to make before we leave. If you need to
Certainly.
go, we can just go.
No, if you got something that needs finishing up, by all means.
All right. I guess I'll meet you guys at the entrance or wherever we're going to meet up.
Just come over to the skiff when you're ready.
All right.
We're going to let this one go unattended and unobserved.
The rug
rug will be
goes.
fine.
The rug goes.
No, Kali, it's Rhiannon will tap the side of her head and look up to where like Cohen's circling overhead.
No, don't
The
worry.
rug
We got
lets
the baby monitor.
the rug lets go of Sa, seeing the bird flying in the air. Food?
No food.
Anybody? Oh, okay. Bites back onto Sa.
Like, the
Dog
thing
gets
that-
like
what-
that little full body shiver.
like this whole time when he's biting onto her, it's just like this long, constant drool going down her shoulders.
Now you
Now
are
she's like-
slimy.
Yeah. Slime time.
Slime Mantha.
Rug Mantha.
Rug man.
Rug Mantha.
Assimilate. Absorb.
All right. Who are you gonna go talk to? You can't keep the DM out of the loop.
I mean, I said I was going to go speak to Area.
Yeah, but I want to make sure.
Yeah, well, I'm
Oh,
going
I
to go
had
speak to
forgotten
Area.
Area was here.
All right.
I thought she was at
She helped.
the other place.
Remember, she helped piloting and stuff like that, so she went back with you guys.
Yeah, we dropped
Okay.
off here before we went back. We went to the mountains.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was also when we told her about Shepard.
Yep. So she sees Celica approaching and stops the work that she's doing, her typical rounds of casting warding spells on the settlement.
Ah. Going well, I assume.
It's going.
No problems with that?
Well, if there was, I wouldn't be stopping.
Well. Awkward long pause. How you been? It's been a while since I come back.
We've already talked some. You don't have to start every conversation off like this. Is there something you need to say? Why do I have to question you every time you want to come talk to me?
I regret coming to talk now. That was out of character.
Yeah.
All right. You know how it is. Well, you don't, because you wouldn't be asking me. I don't know. Guess I'm just still not.
Celica,
Yeah.
what do you want to say? Please just say it.
All right. Let me. I need to actually think of how I'm going to say it now.
How are you going to go a whole week between a session talking about how you want to go talk to Arya and not know what to say?
Because when it comes up, it's then I can't remember what I was going to say.
Well,
now.
why don't you have it down on a notepad?
I do. It's right here. I'm looking at it.
Then read it and say it. Say the thing you made.
Right. I guess just go straight in is what do you know about our family, I guess. It's just I recently found out that our bloodline may have some sort of magic in it that I'm not aware of. And I was hoping that that you might know something, if at all, that might help.
Celica, sweetheart, dear sister. Most families have some form of magic in their blood. That's the nature of the world we live in. Okay? You are manifesting something out of your own power, not just given to you by your bloodline. If you were reliant on the bloodline giving you magic, you would be what we refer to as a sorcerer mage. That's innate gift of magic. Your innate abilities aren't that strong. What you do is something you are learning to do. You were given a terrifying gift, and that opened up the floodgates for you, okay? It has since been taken, but you still remain able to tap into magic. Now that you know it's there, you know how to reach for it and call upon it as it is needed. What you're studying to become, an Eldritch Knight, taps into power that exists around them. They call it and channel it and bring about destructive force to go alongside of their death-defying swordsmanship. It has no more to do with how you are connected in our family than my smarts do that come from our parents. I had to nurture my intelligence. I had to study and read and apply myself and challenge myself. You have to do the same thing in order to get a better grasp and understanding. Studying can help, but practice is everything in what you're trying to do.
All right. So, out of character, because I don't know if it's just because I misremembered it or if it's misinterpreted. Because when I went to the university and they brought that up, that's what it sounded like they were talking about. It was something to do with something in the bloodline. But was that a misinterpretation, or was that what they thought? And it's
That's
not
what
that
they
and
thought.
more grave. Okay,
Do you trust them or do you trust your sister?
sister.
Okay. There you go. You choose what you want to believe.
Okay. I just didn't want to be sure. I didn't want to have a conversation about something that I misinterpreted.
No.
So I'm glad that's true. All right, then. All right. Well, I trust you more than I do the university, so I'll take you on that. It wasn't the only thing I wanted to ask. There was one other thing. You're great at making magic items
Mm-hmm.
still, right? I mean, obviously you wouldn't have lost that.
Still, like, why would you add that? And yes.
Okay. I was wondering if I could ask you to make something, if that's okay.
If I can find the time to do so.
Okay, cool. So, out of character, because I haven't got it yet, is the rug actually attuned to me so I don't have a third slot?
No, it's not attuned to you.
Okay, so I still could get it. All right, then. Well, I was hoping to see if I could get something that could either make me stronger or protect me more from other mental attacks. I guess that would be the best way to describe it.
You're looking for something that's out of my realm of craft. I specialize in wands, staves, and rods, and spells going into them.
Oh.
You're looking for some form of protection, the best I could probably do is like a wand of shield.
Okay. If you can, if you're more proficient in making wands, how did you make the ring then?
I simply cast into the ring. I did not manufacture the ring. That was done through smithy.
Oh. Oh. Well then. Okay, that's all right. That's good to know. Well, we need to. I guess I'll have to ask him about that later then. But all right. I'm just quickly checking to see if that's everything.
Just throwing this out there, I'm not sure you realize what you have with you with the Bayesh plate and that shield there. You're going to be hard pressed to find something that's better for your mental capability and protection.
Oh, okay. All right. What was I? There I am. I don't know if I should bring this up or if it will be a too long conversation and to save it later. I think she'll just bring it up now. All right. Well, if the other two things are fine, then the last thing I wanted to ask was
The last thing you just asked was the last thing you said you wanted to ask. Go ahead.
you made me lose my train of thought now. Out of character, did I inform Area about the whole timeline stuff, or did I not? I can't remember because it was a while ago.
Yes.
I did. Okay.
Well, you tried to, but the party did, and you kind of stammered mostly, or Celica stammered mostly.
Yeah. Well, you remember when I told you about the whole like timeline merge stuff from last time?
I remember it being mentioned. You tried to talk about it, but it was mostly Rhiannon that explained everything.
Yeah. Well, I was wondering if I don't know how I'm actually going to ask you about this, but is there anything that is off, like between what I know and what you know, that you can tell that we brought up at any point?
There's no realistic way to say. There's no way to differentiate myself, my current self, my memories from what I should know in an alternate timeline. For all we know, I've been here this whole time. This is the same timeline, or it's a different one, but I have no way of telling. There's literally no way to know unless you know of details that I wouldn't possibly be able to remember in my current in this timeline, whatever it is.
Right. Yeah. I think it'd be that complicated. It's just that I'm worried that there's stuff that may have happened that I don't know about that did happen in whatever we're in now.
Celico, just stop. You're not going to be able to account for every little possible thing that could be different. You need to focus on the here and now and what's going to be happening. if there's something important that's different, you're only going to discover it when it becomes possible to be discovered. Trying to think and search, you're just going to be wasting time. You have more pressing matters. Your friend is worried about her family, and you're worried about timeline differences. You need to go help.
All right. All right. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll find out when I find out if there is anything then.
Yes.
All right. Well, you have your head on bet on me, so I'll take your word on everything in this instance. Well, in most instances, to be honest.
She just nods.
Well, I think that was everything. Sorry for taking away from your work. I know it's important.
Celica, you have always been so boring. And she just like walks over and gives you a pity hug.
Goddamn.
She gives you a pity hug and lets it linger for a moment. Now go help your friends, and by the host, go get drunk in a bar, meet a cute guy or girl, and spend the night with them, because you desperately need to get laid.
Oh,
I think I would be taken aback by that. Is that, did my sister actually say that to me?
Go, just right back. Have Rhiannon send for me if you need it. Just be safe. Look after your friends. They're your family now.
Yeah.
Yes. Even Kali and
okay.
Sa, they are also your family. Yes.
Okay. Stop trying to make me racist. Or whatever. Okay.
Vex said that as Sab is like, except for those weird mountain humans in the chat.
Yeah, but they're more like pets.
That's Celica's mark, the aberrant
What-
mark of racism.
For a while there, we had for a little while there, we had Kali on a leash.
Oh.
That's
Yeah.
true.
I guess. Yeah, I said I could just be still taken aback by what she just said and be like, yeah, okay. I guess I'll see Harvey or something. I don't know what you're mentioning. And just go. Yeah, she'll just go back to the party and then
All right.
whatever else then.
So, Akasha's got like 10 pounds of apples and a new wand.
I think she came out top out of this.
Wouldn't you be like going over to? Is Sa nearby?
Yes.
You can't eat all those fucking apples.
She can't eat all of them, but she so. How much of like everything did she see with the rug situation?
The whole thing. It
Okay.
was happening in the background, and you were like drowning Granny Smith out.
And she's like glancing back there with like side eyes, like trying to hear what they're talking about and like nodding.
Yeah.
Because she doesn't want to disrespect to Granny either because of like family values.
Yeah.
Okay, so she's gonna like sidle over to Saw with her like apples that she can't carry. She's gonna like, I would like to put some of these into your bag of holding, but also, Rug, would you like an apple? Or
Yes.
5?
Yes, please. They're so good. They're so sour.
Oh, that's exactly how I feel. Here you go, Rug.
Oh, the sour
It-
Rhiannon might want one too.
It lets go of Saw and catches like the 10 apples you throw at it.
Yeah, she's like having fun. Like she starts seeing that she can make like a little game of it. Is the Rug enjoying it?
Yeah, but at the last apple, there's a very distant ow from inside the rug somewhere.
What?
He closes his mouth and you just hear thank you.
Not in the rug's voice.
No. Somebody else's voice entirely.
Akasha's
What do
gonna
you
blink
have in
like several
there?
times, like the blinking guy gif.
Yeah.
Did you
Well,
hear that?
you remember that immortal I was talking about, the tripped and fell in?
Did he fall in again?
No. He just prefers it there.
Oh.
Oh, can I say hi? Who is that?
Yeah, it's Todd. I don't know his name. I just call him Todd. He's never told me. I've never
Oh.
asked him.
Okay, so I want to set the rug on the ground, and I'm like kneeling over it, and I said, "Okay, open up, open up."
Ah.
So I'm just like looking in. Why
You-
are we being so mean with this? and
You-
I shout, "Hello!"
Hold up, did Saz just say she stuck her head in its mouth?
Yeah, and she just hears the void calling her.
Kali is looking on in horror at this.
I can speak deep speech.
That's deep speech.
Okay.
This is whispers
Comic
from
speech.
beyond speed.
Okay, so I yell at Todd.
Oh, hi, hello, and there's light that's coming in through the mouth, and you drown out the whispers calling you, and you
I have
see
very
a
selective hearing.
very old looking elf. He's kind of in just rags. How are you doing? How's life up there? And he picks up an apple, and you see that he's standing on a pile of just like, it's like a trash heap. There's like old
Yeah, it's
bones.
just like
There's bones. There's books. There's swords. There's corpses. It's just all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
It's like a landfill, but with magic items and stuff.
so Sa's just gonna be like, well, I mean, we're doing good up here. Do you wanna come on a boat ride?
Sure. What year is
Alright.
it?
Sa picks her head up out of the rug. What year is it, guys?
I don't know if I'm
Or
there. so
whatever
I can't
year it
respond.
is.
Are you
1001 YK.
you have no idea what this person is who is in here, and you're just going to invite them out? What kind of
I mean, we could always just
Kali
push him
just
back
like
in.
walks away.
He's very far down.
All right, so I tell him, I poke my head back in and tell him the year.
Oh. Okay. Roughly 150. Okay. Well, thanks for the apples. Let me know when
You
we're
don't
on the
wanna-
boat.
Okay,
He just starts eating an apple.
is Todd actually your name?
No, but I forgot it.
Okay.
I don't talk much, and I didn't. The first time I fell in, I was here for a very long time.
How did you fall in again?
Well, me and my boyfriend were out walking about the palace grounds, and we decided to have a picnic. And he said that he had this fabulous new rug that he wanted to show me. And so he laid it out, and it was close to a statue, kind of a large, sprawled out statue of several elves doing things that normally we don't do in flower gardens, but the art was beautiful. In any case, I wasn't paying a lot of attention because I loved the patterns on the rug, and as I approached, I tripped over one of the elves' feet, and I fell in. And man, I fell for a long time. But my boyfriend, I can't remember his name either anymore. It's been so long. Anyways, he called out for me, but it was so far away, and he couldn't hear me, and the rug couldn't. He can't just like spit things back out, you know. I'm really far down here as is. It used to be much further down, but you know, that's how I ended up here the first time, and the last time I came out, there was just a terrible, terrible war going on, and they were basically just throwing people in me to dispose of them, alive and not alive. When not in me, like they were throwing them at me, I should say.
Into the rug, of course.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyways, they were throwing them in, and I didn't want to be outside during all of that, so I just kind of hopped back in one day. I tried to, live among the wartime, but it just wasn't for me. And the past few times that people have been thrown in, I was able to question them before they died of starvation and thirst. It's a terrible way to go. Terrible. Anyways, I just kept learning that there were new wars, and so I was just like, you know what? It's fine down here. I get books sometimes to read. I've got Lampy. Where are you, Lampy? And a small lantern kind of just hops up and flicks to life. There you are. This is Lampy. He gives me light.
Do you want some more books?
I would love more books.
Okay.
Doesn't elaborate. Leaves.
Sa just like picks her head up out of the rug, and she's just like, I'm not gonna lie, guys, this is really weird, but we need to go get some books.
Books.
The rug goes, Sa, you would be very, very good for me. You are just, there's just so much fish oil.
Well,
This is how it starts.
I was gonna. The first thing that came to my mind was, "Don't eat me, keep me alive, and I will."
You will.
I will give you
Go on.
secretions of fish oil.
She admits it. She secretes.
Rug says, never mind.
I hate everything about this.
I guess Rana can chuck down just the random book I got from the starting gear selection.
Yeah, Sa just kind of shrugs and goes, I don't know. This whole thing has been really weird for me since I like ran into you guys, so.
The book falls down rather slowly and takes a while, and Todd's watching it. He has his arms wide open to catch it, and it smacks him right in the face, and then he grabs.
Sorry.
And you see that he does not have the best reaction time.
I mean,
Ow, thank
Are
you.
you okay down there?
I'm fine.
well, okay, well, we better figure out how to more safely transport things down there.
Yeah, it's okay. I've gotten used to it.
So can we all see this, or just whoever's
Yeah, no.
sticking their head in?
There's enough light that you can see way down there is a small elven figure. You can't really make out a whole lot of detail, but the light catches him just right that you can see a little bit of the pointy ear. He has like silvery hair.
Well, I think that's all the books we have for now. If we come across more, we'll be sure to send them down.
Yeah, we'll let you know when we're on the boat. Are you
Yeah.
gonna be okay getting out by yourself?
Oh, I'm not getting out.
I think she'll like lean into everyone. I think it's an introvert's paradise in there. I I don't think he wants to come out anytime
Well-
soon.
How are you going to enjoy the boat ride?
The same way I enjoy any transport. Safely, in here.
I'll keep you safe.
I don't know that you can.
I'm
Listen,
keeping these guys safe.
Listen, I've been in here a very long time and I haven't died.
It's not right.
And as far as I'm aware, everything that lives outside of the rug dies.
On that rather somber note, I think it's
He's
best
not
time we
wrong.
started-
Oh, I'm
we
so
started this
sorry.
guy.
I didn't mean to insult you mortals.
Oh no.
Okay. Sorry, I forget death is a touchy topic for some of you. Most of
Yeah,
you.
Well, enjoy
but-
the existence of non-living then.
Oh, thank you. What's your name? I'll just call you Red.
That's fine. I would rather not. This
It
is
was
all
nice
very
to-
bizarre. I'm not
nice-
entirely sure you're real.
Well, I'm not entirely sure. I'm not entirely sure you're real either. I've been in here a very long time, and I need some friends.
Well, that's
My
fair.
name is Sa.
Nice to meet you, Saw.
Nice to meet you, Todd. Okay. So, I'm a little confused here.
Kali is annoyed, but Kali reaches into her bag, and she has 3 of these. She takes out one of the 2 still sealed decks of cards and tosses one down.
Ooh, nice.
Again, he reaches out to catch it and catches it.
You can just look-
He just it hits him in the face anyways. He grabs thin air after it smacks him in the face. Ow! Thanks.
Perhaps the closest he's come into contact by proxy with anyone.
You need better reflexes.
Yeah, I already talked about that. You're getting the
Yeah,
idea that he probably fell
into
in.
a
Yeah,
rug.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Todd, look, we best be off. We've got quite a travel ahead of us, but
Mm.
if we're talking like this as now, then perhaps we could open up the rug again with ours permission to show you the sights as we go by.
He's enthralled in the cards. He did not hear anything you just said.
Okay, have fun.
All right.
So it's like Seneca has no idea about this guy in the rug. He's just
Oh, I have an idea.
Listen, guys, just the rug says, if we happen to go to Fairyland or whatever it is where I was originally put into commission, it's where the elves are from.
Hmm.
Anyways, just keep me under wraps.
You know, speaking terms with people from home, I take it.
No.
Where
No.
elves are from? What do you mean?
I don't know what they call it. It's Fairyland. It's got elves and fairies and all that shit.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. All right. So I just remembered one thing. I'm just going to grab out of my backpack my bell, and I'm going to toss it down to Todd. And I'm gonna be like, if you
Ow!
need anything-
Thanks.
Yeah, ring it if you want to talk.
What if I just want to ring it?
You can ring it.
Ding 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 ding. All right, great, fantastic.
Alright, and then we will bundle him up and get back to the serious campaign.
This is why we needed an
Maybe
hour.
without a little memeing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we
That's our
we
meeting
needed
for the
we
night.
needed to get the extra hour to develop this incredible lore.
Of Todd in the rug.
Todd the,
Yeah,
the trash man.
Todd's going to be a very important character. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Like, this isn't without
Yeah.
purpose.
No.
Well, I figured. I mean, there's an immortal old elven figure in there. He's
Mhm.
gotta be something.
hiding
I
from
was
the
hoping
world.
it was without purpose.
No.
Nah, nah. Even these apples, I'm sure, have a purpose, so everyone grab one.
Kali did notice the 150 years thing.
Yeah.
Because that was when
Yeah.
Kali was doing weird things in Memory Land.
Perhaps Todd was there all along.
Might have been.
Actually, your brother.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, it's one of the chamber boys, just like he's given up on the prophecy. He just wants to spend time alone in deep darkness, reading books like a nerd.
Well,
Alright, is it time to move on?
Yes.
So.
Let's.
Okay, quickly before Celica returns now.
We get on the skip and like when you try people try to get in the car and you just speed ahead a bit and then stop it because speed ahead again.
Guys!
What is it, Spider-Man?
I feel like Celica would just instantly sit down and just sad eyes.
Okay, bye.
So just look at them normally then.
yeah.
Gosh.
All right, so we headed to Starlasker finally.
Actually,
Kali's gonna stop trying to cheer you up if you never show any progress or improvement.
oh me, yeah.
Yeah, she's gonna eventually give up on this shit. You can't help
started.
people that won't help themselves.
Just started. But yeah, I'm good for Star Alaska.
I have a random question.
Okay.
Can Akasha make like a comfort food meal for everyone?
Oh, absolutely.
I will note that Zia would be happy to help you. Zia has the chef feat.
Ooh, that would be exciting.
Where did he get
Like,
chef
literally
feet
chip on
from?
your shoulder.
Well, he's been training at the Chef Foot Institute for quite a while.
So he
He
graduated?
finally got, he finally got his
Wow.
diplomacy.
Yeah, Chef Food
Wow.
Online.
I don't know who's good at diplomacy.
Yeah,
No.
he's been really branching out lately,
All right.
especially
So
with the
we
Treants.
we have this large kitchen here in Fort Sire
It's different.
where they're basically feeding camp all day. So you're able to find a stove and a fireplace and get to work, and you cook a delightful traditional Sarlonian meal, which is basically for breakfast, lots of eggs, some toast, and a bit of honey and butter for the toast. But it's with your traditional spices. And Zia, having some spices of their own, kicks it up another notch. So it's like a little twist on a flavor on home flavor. It's good enough that for the next 24 hours, any checks made that use charisma or wisdom are given an additional d4. Not saves, but checks.
That's for everyone?
For all of you, yes.
As long as you eat.
Oh man. I could be charismatic.
You're still going to roll
Abort,
low. You just
abort.
get 4 extra points, up to 4 extra points. But you're just going to roll ones anyway, so it's going to be 3.
I need that with my -1 charisma.
No, so it's going to be a 1.
Better than none.
You think that much of me? Man, I thought I'd get a 0.
Don't, Sab, don't. It's just leave it at the
It
door.
hurts me.
Just leave it at the door. You got to let it just slap you in the forehead and roll along. Don't let it in.
hurts.
Don't let it in.
It's already in.
All right. we're going to spend half a day traveling, and we're going to go over to Starlasker. I have a few buildings here. Normally in Starlasker, I have the river ward, essentially. Okay, it's going to fail to get the board. Okay, fine. Don't do this to me. Do all of them just fail to get the board now? Yeah, I have to reboot.
Yeah, I got an error saying that we couldn't go to a certain board when I loaded it in, but I didn't think much of it.
Let me go to the main menu here.
This board is too cool. These lamos can't go there.
Waiting for the adventure to begin. Boards.
Trying to load a board. Sorry, Tailspire has decided to download your board as an official one because it looks too good.
All right, well, not this one. This one I use several different buildings. Yeah, Rote is the one that has the river ward. For Starlasker, it's basically a small section of shops. It is one of the inns and a larger shop, essentially. So
The first modular
Yeah.
one we used.
yeah, just
The
to
one where
prevent.
you got your Manticore wand.
Yeah, yeah, after defeating that Manticore. So it's going to be not quite late evening. It's going to be more afternoon. Fetch
Yeah, I
everybody
realized
here.
my mistake when I made like the big map of Starlasker, like how unwieldy it was to load.
Yeah.
I'll go back and cut it up later on, make it more playable.
Very nice.
Ooh. Still good.
All right. So the inn here is Boar's Head, and it's kind of you guys' unofficial Starlasker meeting spot. Even though the last time that you guys were here, Celica murdered some people in the street.
They started it.
I mean,
Wait a second. So there's another murder incident we haven't been told about.
Yeah.
I wasn't
No,
going to
no,
bring
no.
it up. Last
No,
time
no,
we were
no.
here it was when we were trying to sneak out with Area, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So there is another incident. This doesn't sound like an accident time.
No,
This sounds like
okay,
a
no, no.
purposeful
It's
time.
definitely not an
They were
accident.
being aggressive with her. They were doing some
It was
aggressive flirting, if you catch my drift.
Okay.
And
Find him-
rather than smack them around with her strength, she just went immediate murder mode. She
You know,
could have knocked them out
basically-
or done non-lethal, but instead she killed them. And an older lady saw it and screams murder, and Celica just runs for it.
So you basically decapitated a bunch of like level 0 commoner
Some thugs. Yeah, they had 4 hit points.
In her defense, she was having a bad day.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. You are definitely evil.
I mean, I will
That
say,
is-
in that one session, I think was the one time her alignment changed. So
What's
Yeah.
what's a little place like you doing in a thing like this?
Wow.
I mean, she did warn them. She did.
She did warn them, but like she also made a very clear choice to use not only her sword but Black Flame Blade. And
Lethal
just
damage.
and yeah, didn't even think twice about non-lethal. After the fight was over and she was looking down at their bodies, the woman screams murder. And Celica's like, "Oh, I did kill them. I'm running now."
She was fine the next
And-
morning, though.
and
happy
yeah,
that
she
killed
was
some people.
so cheerful the next morning. It was
Yeah.
all she needs. She doesn't need to
Okay,
get
so
laid. She just
Celica's
needs to kill people.
legitimately a monster. Perfect.
And I was halfway tempted to say, like halfway through the travel back here on the ship, it's like, oh yeah, I killed some people here.
You just get the slow turn of the head.
And And that was the one time that Baby Monitor could not keep up with her.
Yeah. The thing is, like, no one else knows about it because Selleck hasn't told anyone.
Yeah. Yeah, in
Yeah,
game, we don't
nobody
know any of that-
has
any
had a
of that
good
stuff.
enough description. There's wanted posters up still around town, wanted for the murder of 2 civilians, but all they have is
didn't know
kind of
that.
like this. They have this. Well, you haven't been back to see them, so you're going to see them now, and it vaguely resembles your shape, as if somebody's squinting at you from a distance, and it's just a dark outline.
Wow.
You see the wanted posters and you're like, oh, that's you recognize yourself immediately, of course. You're like, yeah, it's definitely me.
Good thing no one else knows me.
Okay. I think it's best we just hide in the inn.
All right, so this is Boar's Head Inn, and good food, good cooking. You can explore if you want. I'll grab your tokens. Bonk.
God, I hope it doesn't come back to bite me because no one else knows about it. It's just like, oh yeah, this
Oh,
person killed.
don't worry. I wouldn't have brought it up if it wasn't gonna come back to bite you.
Oh, we
Good.
need
This has no
to.
purpose.
I'm so
We
glad
need to go
I fully
ahead
trust
and
my
remove
DM.
the 180 gold, right?
Yes, you can do that whenever you meet up with Torin.
Okay.
I
I mean, you can do it now. It's fine. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter
I've
when.
already done it.
It's technically not gone until you give it to him, though. So you have half a day to kill here, and oh, that was a bad choice of words. You have half a day to spend here.
Oh boy, here we go killing again.
To spend here in Starlasker.
Yo, speaker, bring up the Argon for
It's
2.
it's been a it used to be a smaller to large town, but after the last war, specifically in the last days leading up to the last war, Starlasker's really grown and it's become a city. And it's a wide city. It's a sprawling city. It's not like a tall, like with Sharn. It doesn't have lots of big tall buildings. It just kind of stretches on for a while. As you are getting close to Starlasker, you tend to get to the farmlands that are, farms getting closer and closer, and then you start getting to small trade hubs with an inn here and a general store there, mostly along the roads, and then it becomes more of a suburbia kind of setup with several shop districts and things like that. The largest building you're going to find is the 4-story manor, but the governor of Starlasker doesn't use it as a manor. He's opened it up as essentially a public library.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So it's like a heritage listed building that they all use now.
I have a question.
Not that map, no.
Okay. My question is the fact that this is a Brailish city.
Yes.
We're still cool?
You gotta figure that most people aren't going to be super knowledgeable about you.
Okay, I'm just
You-
saying, like,
if
the
they put
government
2
hasn't
and
put
2
out like a
APB.
No, if people put 2 and 2 together, they're likely to still see you more as heroes because
okay.
the news stories tend to build you up that way, even with the most recent articles trying to still paint you in a better light but pointing out the coincidence of things.
Yeah.
The average person isn't going to look at you and be like, oh, that's Skyfire. Higher ups might, but you're not a familiar face. You have fame, but you're not recognized on every street corner. You're not at that level of fame yet.
Okay. I just didn't know if we were like on the terrorist watch list or something.
No.
No.
No, and
Do you
like
have whitelist?
the only place that would be the case is something like Rote, where the king is actively trying to go after you guys.
Okay.
But no,
Yeah,
the only person
Line
wanted here
rarely
is
goes
Celica.
through Rote.
And well, you have in Rote you have the Thieves Guild, so you have
Main
information
skill.
coming from there anyways.
Yeah. means, distribution, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if we are
Uh,
going to base our things around here, then I need to make my way towards the House Civis Enclave.
Okay.
Alright.
Aside from that, is there any specific thing that we need to be together for or to meet back up for before this evening?
I suspect just meet back here before it gets too terribly late. Wouldn't want to have to worry about I'm gonna find you if you're lost or something. Waylaid you. Meet back here by
Hopefully, if something
say-
like that happens, Zia should come and let you know.
Good. But let's just say, for safety's sake, meet back here by 5 in the evening.
Gotcha.
What time is it now?
It's right around 2, so you might actually want to
Okay.
move that to like sundown.
Okay.
Okay. We've got a few hours to do our own.
Yeah, it
things.
gives you a little bit more time before it
Okay.
gets to nightfall.
Alright, that's good. We can
All right.
go do whatever.
Akasha, is there anything you want to do here in this city?
Let me see. So maybe, I guess.
Oh, that's where the murder happened, Kali.
Oh, I thought this was where just random shops and things were.
Yeah, that's also where the murder happened.
Fun.
I think
she's
she's kind
good.
of like excited to be here to explore a little bit. She
Mhm.
might try to like make a couple bucks like with a little performing, and then maybe also try to buy some like I don't know.
Okay.
She's kind of a food hoarder, so maybe some like preserved food like jerky and dried fruits and nuts.
So
Val
Yeah,
can
well,
definitely
for-
come with you.
Yeah,
For
Rand will
per-
come with as well.
for performing, do you want to perform on the street or in a tavern?
Street might be better.
You're
Like
used to
if you walk
performing on
by.
the street growing up.
Okay, she's gonna do the street
Yeah,
then.
you're it's basically busking. You're
Yeah.
yeah, you're used to having, a little hat out and having passersby stay for a little
Yeah.
bit, toss some coin your way. So Sa's offering to come
Actually,
with,
Dan.
and Rhiannon's offering to come with. So they're going to be able to do a few things to increase your performance already. So you're going to have advantage on your performance checks because Sa is going to be dancing while you're playing whichever songs that you wish. While Rhiannon, if you want to, you can also help give a little bit of a buff by conjuring up small illusions to help the story along.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
And there's also something Rhiannon wanted to ask Akasha as well while they're walking around.
Okay. So before we get started with the performance, what did you want to ask?
So basically, she's gonna like lean into Akasha. If Sa's listening, she can, but it's more of something Asana may be able to help with. But she's basically just gonna ask that with what's happened aboard the Argonth, I think your talents are going to be extremely needed. I have the feeling we walked into essentially a very personalized trap. We most definitely breathed in that dust from those orbs we were throwing around on Tommy's behest, which is no doubt on the speaker's behest. If you start to notice any of us, including yourself, acting in any way odd, please bring it up. Basically what she's getting at, based on previous experience with like the blueness from the Kyber crystals back below, and what happened with Tommy and no doubt everyone else breathing in the Kyber shards and crystals and whatnot. She's basically saying just keep out for any strange psionic activity related to our good friend the speaker.
We're gonna listen to that information, like take it in, like kind of cock her head a little bit like an owl, and then just nod.
So
All right.
as you relay this to Akasha, you hear the speaker's laugh again coming from Tommy's voice, and it's unnervingly audible to you. You're not sure if it's from memory or it is the laugh?
To Akasha or me?
To you.
Okay.
Do I see that she seems really like unnerved?
She'll seem straight edge, but like if she's like holding onto arms, she might be squeezing just a little bit.
Then she'll glance like at wherever Rhiannon is like holding her arm or whatever, and then glance back up into her eyes and be like, "Are you all right?"
Just shrug. One can always be better. Anyways, just keep it in the back of your mind, so to speak. Now, let's see what you can do.
Luckily for you, I'm used to having things in the back of my mind.
Just so. I think that's basically it. That's all she wanted to get across.
All right. So, with the advantage on your performance, Akasha, Rhiannon's assisting with some illusory magic, giving you an additional 1d4. So, I need a performance check for the first bit. We're going to have a total of 3. So, make that with advantage.
Well, I rolled a natural 20 for my first roll.
Very nice.
So that would be 20 plus 8 plus a d4.
Okay.
I gotta put the d4. Plus 3.
All right, so a total of 31. You draw a massive crowd between the 3 of you. You're, I'm assuming, using the Emerald Dream Song to perform with.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right, so it's already got this kind of unnatural lilting tune to it. It sounds mystical. And on top of Sa's dancing, she essentially is doing like interpretive belly dancing, sort of. And
Yeah.
Rhiannon, having heard this song before, being a noble, she knows the story of the song, so she's able to create images that go along with where the verses would normally be sang.
Y'all can also do Druidcraft as a cantrip to make small smells and visuals.
Okay, so both helping on that front. Go ahead and make another performance check to see how enraptured the crowd remains.
Is that also with advantage or just plain?
Yes. Yes, it's the same roll.
Okay, it looks like my higher roll was a 6 plus 8, so that's 14. Oh, do
Alright.
I do a d4 again, or
Yes.
14 plus 4, so 18?
Okay, so you retain a large portion of the crowd through this performance, and moving on to the next song. People are tossing, handfuls of copper and silver through the course of these performances. And Rhiannon, through all of this, you're able to focus in and pick up on what the crowd is talking about when they're not enraptured, or when there's a pause between songs. You can pick up bits of conversation. If you can, I need an investigation check with advantage.
Yep. First one's a 12. Okay, so it would be 16 total.
All right. So you're picking up that the talk of the town, of course, mostly being focused on the war being declared, and of course the Argonth wreckage. a lot of people are expressing their unrest and unhappiness with the current king, and how the previous king, while he wasn't anything, great, he was good to his people still. And the current one obviously isn't. And a lot of them, seeing Sa here, are being put at ease, seeing somebody so different. And, with what the Corenberg Chronicle put out and its favorism towards monstrous races in previous editions of the Chronicle, you get a sense that the general public are for somebody coming in and removing this king and restructuring things. And you're picking up rumors that people that were captured, not really captured, but the places that the Drome forces took over, the average civilian is already having better treatment than what they were.
Good to know.
For the final bit of the performance, let's have another one of those checks, Lumi.
Okay, I got a 17 with advantage, and then okay, so 18 total.
All right. You retain a crowd through the entire performance, and it's not just the one song. You do several songs, sometimes singing, sometimes using the flute, sometimes you have a lyre, right? I forget your other instrument.
Let me see here.
Or maybe it was a lute.
Dulcimer. And
Dulcimer.
I also have the DOS lute, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you go through several different instruments, some that you can sing with while performing. All in all, you pull in more than you've ever pulled in back in Sharn. You pull in 5 gold worth of silver and copper and various
Wow.
allotments.
That's a lot for here.
That's a lot
Oh,
in
that's-
general.
Yeah.
The people were very, very happy with the performance given by all 3 of you. Rhiannon, you get compliments to how you carried yourself, because they don't expect an actual noble. They don't know that you're an actual noble, but you hold yourself like one, and that your illusions were very clear. For Sa, you get complimented on your acrobatics, your flexibility, and your rhythm, and of course your musical talent, Akasha. All in all, it's probably about 2 hours of performing. While all that's going on, Kali, you said you had wanted to do what?
Go to the House Civis
Enclave. Right.
And find someone to do ascending.
All right. Let me just double check. All right, so walking around town, you eventually find the coat of arms on one of the buildings for House Civis, which is I believe it's a cockatrice. I can't remember. Yeah, I'm fairly certain it is, with a candle on top and then had a scroll and a feather. Yeah.
Yes.
And it's, if I remember right, like silvery on red. So
yeah, it's funny looking.
Yeah, it's a weird one. You find that, and it's open. It's smaller than you had imagined. Yeah, I was very close. I knew it had like weird colors to it, so that's why I couldn't remember. For some reason, I was thinking axe beak at first.
It's got rubies at the bottom.
Yes, it does. So it's a smaller office than you had thought it was going to be. It's kind of tall, it's squarish, three-story place, but nothing
Well,
like what you'd seen.
We can't all be Candace South.
Yeah. There's a couple of gnomes working at the front desk, and they're very polite. Ask you, what you're here for today. What services do you need rendered today?
Yes, I wanted to find someone who could cast a sending to my somewhat estranged brother, who I have not seen for quite some time.
Okay. And are you capable of conjuring a very clear image of them? Are you...
I can do that with illusory magic, yes.
Okay. So, you say estranged. This means that were you familiar as children, or you not really?
Yes, but unfortunately, I do not remember much of it.
Okay, so we're gonna have to go with not that familiar then. So.
Oh yeah, I had forgot to mention that, like, on the ride over, she would have been trying to see if she could conjure forth any other memories of him. It's like even incidental things.
Other than what she's already experienced, no.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Let's see. I thought I had something here. Oh, I know I have something here. Okay, that was for that. And then this. I don't remember a price.
I have no idea because it's very weird. Because in
Yeah.
some places that they say it, they're like, "Oh, it's 5 gold," and then other places they say it's 250 gold. And
It's because it's multiple different editions. No.
I believe we used this one before. I think it was something like 50 gold, but I think that was a message for someone that we knew.
That was, yes.
Yeah.
So, of course, there's bartering. Typically, for this, they need somebody specialized. They do have somebody who is capable of doing that through a better than normal dragon mark, often called a greater dragon mark.
okay,
Though it's somewhat pricey, it's typically 100 gold. But you can, try to haggle if you would like. They're
obviously,
not
I
always
would definitely do so.
They're not always set in stone. So they give you the price, and again, they're still very polite, knowing that price is kind of off. It's definitely off-putting for most people, but you understand the special nature of what you're requesting.
I do, but at the same time, I understand that they'd rather have some money than no money.
Right.
Like, so there's always a little room until you become like insultingly low.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Kali is going to see if she can get maybe 15 or 20% off the price.
Okay.
So somewhere like 80 to 85 gold instead.
Okay, so
do I need to make a persuasion check or what?
Let's start with that.
Sure. There's my dice tray. All right, so that is a 16 plus 8 for a 24.
All right.
Oh, I get a D4 because this is a charisma check.
Yes.
A 3, so that makes it a 27.
All right. So you're talking with this gnome, trying to work the price down, and you're getting this feeling that they're more than willing to accommodate what you're trying to accomplish here. But they can't just mark a large discount on this with
Perhaps there is
Would-
some way that I could also assist you. I am capable of offering my services for a few other ways. Perhaps is there something I could do that needs to be stone shaped nearby? Do
They
you
they
have
light up
anything
at
that
that.
needs?
Yes, as a matter of fact, we could. I could come
We could
down to
certainly
70.
trade spell for spell then,
I could come down to
if you want me
75
to.
gold, which is
Well,
very close to the cost of the materials and the time.
well, I wonder if you wish me to. I have most of the rest of the afternoon free. The way that I utilize my magic, if I stay here for, say, 2 or 3 hours, I could cast my spell 6 times for get you something much larger than you might otherwise have.
Let me be right back. And with that, she excuses herself and she goes back. And after a few minutes, she comes back with another gnome that's a little bit taller than her. He's got more official looking clothing. He's definitely from an upper branch of the house, most likely from Rote or Sharn, or even Zalargo. He says that they need some repairs done. There's some areas of this current building that are leaking, mostly underground where groundwater gets in. So they need the stone repaired. But with you offering to do more than that, they could actually have you expand out a bit underground just to give them
Absolutely.
some more storage space, essentially. And for that, they would be willing to cover the entire fee.
I would be more than happy to make this trade with you then.
Okay. So they will do your request first, and then we can assume that you'll spend the afternoon there
Yes.
repairing and expanding their business.
Yes.
Okay.
So the I don't know if their mark version requires the 25 words, but I have already written it up as 25 words. And so the messages, do you want me to just send it directly to you, or do you want me to just say it out?
Send it directly to me, because this is something that's only
Okay.
happening between Kali, the person doing the sending, and Holly.
And obviously, the way sending is supposed to work, because it always catches your meaning.
Yeah.
That should prevent this from being like twisted by any other influence. Like the message should come through the way it's intended,
Mm-hmm.
especially with a greater dragon mark being used, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So, let me just read it.
And she can obviously also provide his full name
Yeah.
if that helps it more accurate or whatever.
Well, he's going to know who it's from.
Well, I meant to the person doing the
Oh,
casting.
right. Nate. No, it's definitely going to be sent to Holly. That's not an issue.
Okay.
Their spell is strong enough for that. That's their specialty. That's what really makes them a lot of money, other than keeping secrets. So you hear his voice back, and it's drastically different than what you heard in your memory. It's a very raspy voice. And he says, "No, I am not alone. There was a time when I was alone. But my people are strong, and we take what belongs to us. You should join us, become a scion." And that's where his sending ends.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's a problem. Especially because they're doing something that is quite reasonable, but this see now it could very well be the speaker playing mind games. Now, there's too many different options here now. Problems. But yes, Kalia will have to ponder this while she spends her time doing stone shape for them. Obviously, she can also help with in taking like her short rests between and getting spell slots back, doing simple things like mage hand or whatever.
Yeah, they
But
have you kind of fixing things all over and just helping out.
Yeah.
And very pleasant people.
Kali's
Um,
more than happy to do so.
they cover her lunch and stuff like that, so she's well fed through the day.
Aw,
and-
that's nice.
Yes, very helpful. With that, we have the murderer to go talk to. Celica.
Oh, I didn't know you were talking about me. Yeah.
Burn, rip.
My girl.
PhD in kill.
Villain
Good.
arc.
Go
It's
ahead.
the only thing I'm good for. So I had 3 or 4 things I wanted to do, 2 of which would probably be quick. But the first one is that I want to try and sell this armor. I tried to sell to trade and also see if I can get buying magical ones in replace.
Wait. Selling the Bayeshk armor?
No, my old armor, the
Oh.
chainmail.
Oh,
The
okay.
armor she replaced.
Yeah, because I tried to sell that to trade and he said he didn't take that.
Oh, yeah. So it's the non-magical stuff.
Yeah.
All right. Sadly, it's not in high demand. They're willing to purchase it for 25% of the original price.
Oh God, I have to do maths.
What was the original price?
It says it costs 75 gold.
All right. Well, come here. Work, please. There we go. So that's rounded up. It would be 19 gold is what they would buy it from you for.
50 gold. I'm tempted to try and haggle because I've got that extra stuff for charm now. Can I try that?
Yes.
You sound hesitant. Do you not trust me?
No, it's not a matter too much of haggling, so it's not going to be an easy check to make.
Oh, okay. Is that a disadvantage or just flat?
It's flat. You just
Okay.
do this and add the d4.
So that's 7. D4. That's a 1. Minus 1. That's a 7.
Fantastic.
It
Yeah,
costs more now.
They're very polite about it, but that's the most that they'd be willing to pay. The best they got is $19.
I assume, like, offhand, I would think that would probably be the price I would get anywhere else.
Yeah, it's fair. If
Okay.
in wartime this stuff was much higher demand, you could normally walk away with half of your investment. But given that this area is fairly peaceful and so far away from what's going on over at the Drome-Braylon borders, nobody here is thinking of combat.
Okay, that's fine. I'll sell it for the 19.
Okay.
We just add that and get rid of it. Delete chainmail. Man, I've had that since the beginning of the game. I feel kind of bad losing it.
For only 19 gold.
Yeah.
Welcome to the hoarder lifestyle.
hmm
All right. The next thing I wanted to do was the buying of the magic stuff. Can I see if there's any healing potions here, or if they've all gone as well?
They're not gone, but they are a higher price.
Oh man.
So
All right.
for most potions of healing, you're going to be spending around 75 gold.
The cost of a freaking chainmail I just saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They haven't been at that price for very long, but they were recently mostly bought up, and these are freshly stocked.
plus they've always been kind of expensive anyway since we started. They're just more expensive now.
Right for
Yeah,
right now.
healing potions are always pretty expensive.
Yeah. Okay. So there's. I'm trying to do maths now. It's going to take forever. There's 6 of us. Me, Syria, Carly. Yeah. So no, there's 5 of us. So 5 times 75 would be
375.
something. Yeah. That would be most of my gold.
Yeah, it would. It wouldn't be a good investment at the time.
Yeah. If one of me had like a potion maker, they could do that then. All right.
You kind of do back at Fort Sire and Can Run. They just have to have time to even their supply
Yeah.
back out.
Yeah.
It's a seller's market right now. It's not a buyer's market for potions.
Okay then. Outside of those potions, then, do they have any like magic items that can increase strength?
So you're looking around. You're in the shop that the wand was made that you guys bartered with,
All right. Yeah.
and you certainly see some magical armor. Some of it is scale mail, very very polished, looks extremely nice. Yeah, there you go. Very well cleaned, I guess. Asking them, it is. Let's see. Let me just pull up.
Is it like an actual full piece of armor, or is it like a belt or something? Because I'm more looking for
Yeah.
like an accessory thing.
This would be actual armor.
Ah.
You're asking about it, but while you're asking about it, you learn that it's not something for, strength. It's more just a durable armor. So when you clarify what you're asking for, out of character, you're looking for something that's going to give you a stat increase on your strength, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Let's see if they would have maybe a belt of giant strength. No. The lowest one that you would be able to find would be something like a belt of hill giant strength. But you wouldn't find that here. You might find one in Sharn. Most likely that's where it would be.
Darn, we just came from there.
You could probably have something crafted that would just give you a strength increase of 1, but it would still take a couple of weeks to craft.
Yeah. We're not going to be here for that long.
Like,
Yeah,
it's
the
custom
giant
order
strength stuff you would definitely find in Stormreach, 100%.
They're just filthy with them down there. They're throwing them out with the trash.
That's in Sean, right?
No,
Some of it
Stormreach is Zendrick.
Oh. Well, we'll eventually get there.
Yeah, eventually.
Okay, then. Well, if I can't get one here, then I guess that's fine. I guess instead, because now that I'm here and people keep picking on me for it, I'm kind of tempted to get something for Sarah and Carly now. Is there anything specific that would actually fit them that I could think that I could find here that would be good for Sa or Carly?
There is a circlet that has it's a silver circlet and it has a ruby dragon shard in the front of it, and it looks very much just like Kali's skin. And asking about that, they tell you that it's been here for a while, so they've come down on what they're willing to accept for it. But it out of character increases the DC of saves for spellcasters by 1. In character, they just say that it empowers the mind for mages.
Okay.
And as funny as it sounds, there's a set of brass knuckles that stand out to Celica for Sa. And they kind of have like little spikes on them that remind you of her teeth. And asking about those, out of character, it allows Sa to, or it allows the user to strike lethally with an unarmed strike, and it increases the dice that they use by 1. So if they're using a D4, it go to a D6. If they use a D6, it goes to a D8.
Okay.
Can I interject with a quick question?
Sure.
Does that affect her dice rolls for her wild shape forms?
Yes.
Ooh.
What about her bite
Big-
attack? 'Cause
Unarmed.
That's unarmed.
Unarmed.
My bite attack is a
If it's-
cantrip, but it is unarmed.
If it's unarmed, it's the increase.
I
Ooh.
can
She
here, let
uses
me
them like
scroll up to
braces.
find it.
So it would so for
Yeah.
it to work for the druid things, it would have to work for unarmed or natural weapons, I think. Then
Correct. Yeah, because
My-
what
my-
she wears gets melded into her anyways, and whatever, just like belts that increase, stats, they
Yeah.
they increase it for the other form as well. So yeah, it
My
works the same
primal
way.
savagery flavor text is channel primal magic to cause your teeth or fingernails to sharpen, etc.
Mhm.
So
but that's magic.
Okay. How much?
yeah, but
would those-
it's enhancing my natural weapons, which would be hands and teeth.
Cool. How much would those two things cost?
If they're getting rid of them together, it would cost 1,000.
Jesus Christ! I don't have that much. I don't think
Goodness.
anyone does.
Yeah, that's the hard thing about magic items. Is it's a lot of. It's normally very expensive to try and just buy them outright. So you've got to barter and trade. So if you have things that might interest them that are valuable, then offer them for trade. Or do you have skills or spells that can help around? Minding that you're only going to be here for the rest of the day up to tomorrow morning.
Yeah. Or a majority of my stuff is more with fighting, so unless they want me to blow something up or teleport somewhere, I guess. I don't think so for magic. Turn myself in for the reward.
No, the reward was 5 gold.
Oh man, I gotta kill more people to get my more
Wow,
increase my
pathetic.
cry price.
Playing the system.
Yeah, if I kill more
You're
people,
at like a
I'll be more
half a
expensive.
star.
How much is it for one of them? Is it 500?
No, if you're just getting one of them, it would be 750. They're taking 250 off if you get them together.
Wow. Okay. If I was a wizard, I could have offered more stuff.
But hey, you've done the hard part. You found the information. You can always let them know and be willing to split the cost with them or something. You don't have to get them right this second. And
True.
you could ask the shopkeep, like, hey, I need to go talk to my friends. You mind holding these on the side?
All right, I can do that. Before that, though, I want to see because there's possibly a third thing.
Sure.
Do they have something similar to what Callie originally had that Sar threw away? I think it was like the refilling cup or something. You could change its liquids.
No, Saw still has that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I threw Rhiannon's cup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Poor cup.
Brandon's lucky mug.
Yep. It's all been
Oh,
downhill
okay.
since then.
Yeah. Okay, then if that didn't get lost, then that's fine. Yeah, I guess I'll just ask them to hold those two items, and I'll go.
Yeah.
When we group back up, I'll tell them or ask them then.
Yep. So they hold on to it, and they will give you till closing time tonight before they put it back out on the shelf.
All right. I guess I'll go to my next 2 locations.
All right. Before going to your next 2 locations, I just need to check. There was something that I was reading here. Kali, you were asking if there's an astronomer in town. So the Mayor's Manor, you'll find scholars there. Perhaps one of them is into astronomy or, planar stuff. So
Cool.
you'll be able to go to that afterwards. Lumi, you were saying that Akasha, if you got downtime while they shop for your food, you're going to be conversing with Sa and Rhiannon. So we're going to get to that because we want to handle those things in character for some more roleplay. But before we get into that, it's been around 2 hours, so let's go ahead and take a break, get some drinks and everything, and we'll say 10 minutes. Sound good?
That's good.
Yes,
Yep.
fine.
Yeah.
All right,
sounds good.
we'll be back. So pause that train of thought, Guts. Be right back. All right, we're back. So, Celica, what were the other things that you wanted to do, or what's the next thing you want to do?
Well, I wanted to check. I think the most important out of the two is checking out the what was it called? The people that fixed Shepard when we first came here, because they originally left because they got given a lot of money. I don't know if they're back yet.
So
was-
you know where it is, and when you get there, you see that it is essentially it's for lease. They have not returned.
Okay, that's fine. See if they come back another time then.
It doesn't. It
Uh,
doesn't seem like it. Not with the shop going up for lease.
Remind me what it means to go up for lease again. My mind's blanking.
It's
They're selling it.
it's closed, and the owner of that building is ready to lease it out to somebody else.
Oh man,
It's like rent, but for businesses.
I like those two.
Mhm.
Oh well. Oh well.
They're living their
Uh,
best life now.
Yeah, they were given like a freaking fortune. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
all right,
They've
then,
escaped your calamity zone.
yeah. I thought about
Alright,
putting them
gotcha.
back in it, but they deserve better.
Jeez, man. All right, fine. The depression goes to the bookstore.
All right. Walking murderer depression enters a bookstore. The old lady's working the bookstore, and she recognizes you. She says, "Welcome back, dearie.
Thank
Up
you.
for some more books? Got any to trade?"
Yeah, I was just seeing if you've got anything new that I might be interested in.
Oh, we always have something new, though. It's the pickings are a little bit more slim since the mayor opened up, the governor opened up his manor to be a institute of sorts. We're calling it a library, but it's more than that.
Oh, is it
But
like
you know, I've got the old odds and ends, random stuff.
okay? Well, I'll have a little peruse and see if I can find anything. I'll let you know.
Okay. So, is there anything you're looking for in specific?
So
It is Sab. It is the old lady that witnessed the murders.
oh,
This is
okay.
it happened right out to the right of the, or sorry, if you're looking inward towards the library, it happened right to the alley on the left. You see the bodies that are on the ground there? I never removed them to serve as an eternal reminder. But yeah, it was right outside her building.
I don't see them, but I feel kind of bad now because I like this one.
No, so now you got to kill her now that you know.
Yeah.
You see where my light is?
This is, you know, too much.
Can you see where my light is?
Yeah, I can see it.
That this is.
Oh, I see them now.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah. So it was right there.
Right. What I'm looking for. I'm looking for. Well, I guess the first more important thing is finding something to do with the. Oh, what's it called? The thing in Ted Vanistas, the thorn thingy.
The thorn wall.
Yeah. Like, trying to see if it talks about how it's maintained and how if there's a core to it or something and how whatever. Something like that.
No, you wouldn't. There wouldn't be anything like that here. That's druid stuff, and well, to be honest, druids don't really do a lot of reading and writing. They
Yeah,
they
they're probably
don't.
more verbal.
Yeah, they commune through totally different means normally. They have some scholars. Don't get me wrong, but it's more record keepers. You're not going to have somebody write down an explanation as to how they kept and maintained a city protection.
All right. I guess in the next thing would
That's
be.
correct, Seb.
Oh, what's he saying now?
That they got told, that you guys got told by the druids that it's mostly just druids channeling spells, but most of it was due to a manifest zone.
Yeah. All right.
It
It was mostly just a shot in the dark to see if there's anything about that core that Carly might have saw.
Lamagna, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll check that.
Yes,
Okay.
it was Lamania.
Yeah, that's what I
Because
thought.
that was the one that Kali's interested in.
Yeah, that's what I had thought I remembered.
I guess the next book would be, or anything would be about where is it? I had it and now I've lost it. I can't remember what the other one was, but I guess the third book would be the anything about giants or giant language. Because if we go to Zendrick, I'd like to find something about that.
All right, give me an investigation check. That's something that might be here.
Cool. I will actually roll this in here. Whee! Investigations, that's 12 plus 3, so 15.
All right, so hang on a sec.
No. I haven't read most of my books, and I'm getting more.
So, you found a copy of the Not So Giant book on giants. I don't know why the apostrophe's there. It would take 3 reading sessions to complete, and it would give you advantage on history checks related to giants.
Ooh. That sounds pretty useful, actually. Okay.
PC has the giant book on giants.
Which is all written in giant.
Yeah.
Her book is like the thickness of the Order of the Phoenix.
Oh, much bigger. It's
Oh, God.
it's a tome.
All right then. Mine's more
Oh,
like a
dusty.
normal book.
Yeah, it's just a regular novel size book.
Okay then.
A few hundred pages on giants and essentially what they used to do, whereas Rhiannon's is a very detailed accounting of giants and their history.
Right, yeah, the lore and all that kind of stuff.
You can make another investigation if you want to try and find something that's more on the language of giants. Like if you're trying to teach yourself giant, that's something that's not uncommon to find, though. Like you could find it in most libraries, but the amount of study time that it would take is essentially you'd have to be studying it for a year to actually add the language to your character sheet.
Okay. So it's more one of those things where it's like it's better to get a feat in that instance.
Yeah, or have spells on hand that help you comprehend languages.
Be like the Matrix and like, oh, I know giant.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess the history one will probably be more useful then, because if
Okay.
if it's going to take forever to learn the language, then I'll do that one.
Okay. And just before getting into any other ones, do remember that she exchanges books here too, instead of having to just buy them. But go ahead.
All right. What was I going to ask now? I don't know if she would have it, but would she have anything on like sentient items?
Investigate.
Cool.
You're talking Grim and you.
She's also making her own investigate check.
So that would be a 16. I assume the food thing doesn't attribute to this.
No, that was charisma and wisdom, if I remember right.
Okay, yeah, because this is intelligence. That's fine. So that would be
you didn't. If it was made with fish, you would have gotten intelligence. That's brain food.
Oh man, if only Sal was here.
Do not eat the non-human party
Then you
members.
to cook her? You to cook Saw?
Yes, that's what she was getting at. She sees Saw as potential food backup.
Yeah, emergency food ration.
All right, let's see what she gets. All right, she doesn't remember where she's put a lot of things, so she can't find anything. What was your check?
I believe that was it was a 13, so 16.
All right. Let's see. What do I have on my list that would work? Oops. That's the wrong thing. Okay. Just a sec.
God, I've been like looking through the book list to see which books Celica has finished, and I'm like, oh, I haven't finished anything. I've like each book I've got, I've read like the first chapter, and then that's it.
Mildly
All right, so
Lumi.
you find This Is My Sword. There aren't many like it. It takes 2 reading sessions, and you get advantage on Arcana checks made for magic weapons.
Okay. Cool. All right, and I assume that would also does that also like detail how sentient things work or anything like that, or is that just
It
to
would help
check
you get a
spells?
better understanding, specifically for anything related to magic weapons. So, be it sentient magic weapons, or just +1 magic weapons, anything in between.
All right.
It would just give you advantage on trying to figure out more about them.
Okay then, cool. I think that was everything that I could have asked about. So I'll see about getting these 3 books. I was looking to see if I could change anything or exchange anything, but I haven't finished anything. So
3 books? I thought
there's nothing.
we had 2 so far. Not so book on giants. So not so
Yeah,
giant
because
book.
the first book I tried to find, they didn't have it. So
Yeah. So it's 2 total.
Yeah.
Okay. So she's always more interested on exchanging books, but if you want to buy these from her, she's willing to part with them for 1 gold.
we'll give her 2 gold.
She
You bribe her to forget about the murders for the extra gold.
She says, "You were just the sweetest thing. You're always giving me a little extra. You're always welcome to come back here now.
Thank you. I like coming to visit this place. It's nice and calming.
I like having you. You're very interesting."
Can I keep this old woman?
You can put her inside your sword.
Do be careful, though. I saw something terrifying not too long after you visited last time. Some 4 fellas. I don't know what happened. I think they got robbed and killed just right outside here on the street. Just it was bad. I gave the best description of the person that I could, so you just be careful.
Oh.
You be careful now. There's a maniac out there. There's
Like, just, like,
maniacs
make
in here, old
realization.
lady.
I was just making the realization. It was like, oh, it was her. Oh.
Here I go killing again.
Yeah, I'll be sure to keep safe around here. Thanks for the concern. You stay safe too. And she'll skedaddle. I think that's everything.
Gonna skedaddle on out of here.
Yeah, I think that's everything I wanted to do, so I'm probably going to head back.
All right. So back over to the trio that was performing. So Akasha, you wanted to learn more about them. How do you start that off?
Okay, so we're like walking around. Are we in sort of like other places where I could get like raisins, nuts?
Oh yeah, there's
little baggies.
there's definitely a farmer's market always open.
Okay, so she's gonna get foods that are like less perishable so that she can just stuff those into her backpack.
Yeah, all kinds of sun-dried foods, jerkies, that stuff.
Oh my god, we gotta be prepared for the long trip, dear.
Small
Quick,
box.
quick, help me get.
Small boxes of spices.
Right, yeah, she's
Lots of
getting like
garlic.
little tiny. Yeah.
Olive oil. Olive oil is natural for the skin.
She doesn't need olive oil. She can just dry herself off into a bottle.
I'll just rub myself on some. So Akasha is gonna be like, kind of making small talk, but like, I guess she wants to just ask more about where everyone has come from. So, because I don't think that she's really like had a chance to talk to anyone because it's been like nonstop action
Yes.
since like learning about every like, all right, here's the whole story. Then we almost all die. And now we're probably all gonna die from that asbestos we inhaled. So
Well, here's our second
Um,
time.
so she's like looking at some meat, some dried meat jerky or something, and she's gonna be like, I would love to learn more about you. I like the both of you very much, so I know we've only just met. I would love to learn more about where you come from. What are your favorite foods? What do you dream about? You know, the good dreams.
Nice specification there.
Good drinks? Well. I'd often. Actually, I don't. I haven't dreamt anything in quite a while. To answer your previous array of questions, I am from up yonder, east, from Valno, which I'm sure you probably deciphered at this point. That's why we're rushing there so quickly. Sa, however, even I don't know, not fully. So she'll sort of look at Sa, like, you want to answer the question?
Do you not remember?
Yeah, my mind just like went potato. She just said she's kind of from everywhere, mostly from the principalities.
She's speaking of, Akash would know this, the Lazar Principalities, which is ruled by several different pirate princes. And it essentially means she would have either been a privateer or a pirate of some sort, but she's made it pretty well known that she used to be a salvager aboard a ship. You can take it from there, Shai.
Yes. That's basically like she'll say that as the basics.
And then she'll be
Like
like,
in Sharn for a while.
you must have seen many things.
Hundreds.
She'll
She's
lean in
just
close.
nodding, like, yeah.
She'll lean into it because she probably means that literally.
Yeah, she's nodding more aggressively.
Do you want to talk about your time serving during the last war, or would you rather not share that sort of stuff, or maybe what ship you used to work on?
I mean, it's all just
how you know Layla, because
yeah.
that whole crew, that little trip, you were very
Mhm.
friendly with them.
Yeah, I'll mention that, like, like the ship we rode in on, not this one, but the last one was my previous crew.
What happened to it?
Oh, I don't know. We all just kind of blacked out.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, so did Saw think that since she blacked out this time, she was going to wake up and have a whole new bunch of people around her again?
No, she's used to getting blackout drunk, so
Yeah.
I don't think anything really
Okay.
surprises her at this point in
Yeah,
time.
it's just a Monday for her.
Yeah.
Yeah. We were fighting pirates and something happened.
The
don't
Blood
remember.
Nation attacked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I hope we can visit the principalities.
Oh yeah, I'll show you around.
I would love to visit everywhere. Wherever you would like to take me.
Whole new world.
Carpet now too!
Yep.
Oh, speaking of which, so she's gonna kind of be handing the carpet like little, like, whenever she gets a like bag of nuts or raisins, she's gonna give it one or whatever.
Just like, so you get sweet whispers from the unnamed rug / He's just like, you're my favorite person, and like a very distant, I love you.
Imagine that.
She could like shout in there because would she have seen him like getting smacked in the face by things?
Oh yeah, the raisins. He just has his mouth open at one point in time, just catching raisins and small nuts in the mouth.
The pussies gay.
Ha ha!
Got him.
These nuts.
Oh my god.
Speaking of, Lumi, do you prefer the term e-girls or i-ladies?
Lumi.
Thunderous question.
I'm confused.
Do you prefer the term e-girls or i-ladies?
I guess e-girls?
That sounds about right, because otherwise i-ladies nuts on your face.
I'm
Walked into that
I'm-
one.
I'm gonna have to go and get my return tickets early.
All right. So yeah, so Todd's very happy getting all of these goodies, and it seems like, you know, he's making sure to share with the rug as well. He doesn't eat everything that's tossed in, but he eats enough to get his fill, and you know, the rug gets the rest.
Into the giant pile.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so curious about this. Is like out of character, but I'm just so curious about that pile. Like, does it digest things? Like,
It certainly doesn't seem like it.
Just
'Cause
it just
he-
cultivates mass.
He described that he used to be much further down. So it certainly accumulates. We don't know if it gets rid of anything or how fast it happens.
oh my god, it just likes having more. Okay, let's see.
Yes, well, now that he's being fed for the moment, I get the feeling there's more questions on your mind that you're not willing to let slip loose.
I want to say that Akasha gives off kind of like a genuine vibe of that she's really curious about everyone and she like genuinely likes everyone, even though, you know,
Just
possibly the premise for her being there was everyone's kind of sketched out by the university, it seems.
Yeah.
I don't know. So she's just gonna she'll just genuinely kind of volunteer, like, you know, I grew up on the streets mainly. It was only through the university that I really received my chance to become something more in life. But you know, that was just from traveling from a strange land. You know how it is in Sharn.
So if I remember correctly, you're born in Sarlona? Is that correct?
Is that correct? I think so.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. She was born in Sarlona, the continent Sarlona.
Yeah. Well, it just so happens that I so closely know someone who was born there, but he seldom spoke much of it. If anything, he shied away from the questions. Curious. What's it like there?
So, sand, it's coarse, it gets everywhere. You would have most likely been from the Dor Malir province, and that's the second most northward province in Sarlona. There's a city there called Darvulir, and we can write these down later if you want to.
Oh yeah, definitely to like the northwest.
Yeah, let's see. I don't have my Sarlona book, but anyways, it's situated on Lake Kelnelun. The city itself used to be rather extravagant, but leaders there kind of let their extravagance get a hold of them, and greed won out, and the city went rather quickly into anarchy, and new powerful figures took place. They brought the city back up off of its knees, but through fear and violence. So your family left that life and were more nomadic when you were very young, and they had made it to the coast that goes along the Sea of Rage. They found a port town and started hearing tales of the City of Towers, where all your dreams can come true. They have art and theater. People can make money telling stories and sharing, their experiences, where nobody's forced into, hard labor and all of that sort of stuff. It's essentially, your family heard of it as the City of Dreams, and once you see those spires atop of the cliff top as you approach the Dagger River, as you ride in along the hilt and make port, it's one of the greatest sights that anyone can see. So they made for the next boat out, essentially, and immigrated into Sharn, and it was a very jarring experience. You lived a very poor life, as we've already discussed. But your family was humble and happy. It was hard, but it was still better than just wandering the deserts of Sarlona.
Fascinating.
I would say while she's telling the story, you get this sense that like she's been through some shit, but she doesn't let it hold her down.
Hmm.
She genuinely loves her family, so it's like she's happy to like be making them proud.
Hmm. Riri will just nod at that, approvingly. She admires people who go out and strive for themselves, especially coming from nothing, like they did. No, perhaps that's why he never mentions much of it. Place looks nice, but is anything but once you're within. Well, moving on then to a lighter subject. What's your aspiration for life? What would you say is your end goal for all of this?
In my case,
Yes.
well, first of all, I don't want anyone else to experience. Well, if I have any control over it, then I would help others to have a better life than me. And like I said, also just proving that I'm worth a better life and take care of my family. Once I learn as much as I can, and now that I've had the opportunity to learn from you, you know, I feel like that's pretty regular. I don't know.
So an altruist seeking a better tomorrow for all.
If you want to put it that way.
Well, Corvair is certainly in desperate need for people such as yourself.
I will do my best.
Hmm.
Other than that, I can make no promises.
Well, that's all you can do is your best. What time is it? Must be getting late.
With that,
She's gonna be offering them. Does Sa seem like she likes meat more than anything else?
Yeah.
I think she eats anything.
Like the rug. She's gonna be offering them like from her little baggies of like nuts and craisins and like beef jerky that she's accumulated, like going to snack.
Oh yeah,
Both
definitely.
of them.
all right. With that said, Kali, you ventured over to the scholarly manor, and you're in search of somebody who specializes in planar study or astrology, or sorry, astronomy.
Yes. Yes, not astrology.
No.
What are your star signs? Ugh.
All right. You find a small group of people. You hear them kind of discussing the planes and something going on with manifest zones. It's a passing kind of, they're just discussing theories and kind of debating them. Whenever you overhear this, you hear some like key words, but most of it is over your head as far as what they're talking about directly, but it's enough that you could confidently approach them and ask them questions.
Excuse me, but I just wanted to interject. I overheard you were talking about the disruptions of manifest zones. I could at least confirm of 2 instances I have been made aware of in my travels. And I had a question or two if you had a moment.
They pull an extra seat over and just gesture for you to sit down.
I don't know if she can sit down with her tail and her wings.
I imagine she's
It
used to
had to be
tucking
like a
the tail
stool or
poke
something.
through. Yeah, that's whatever. A seat that she
Okay.
would be able to sit in.
Yeah. So she'll sit down and she'll say, I'm sure you heard of the Towerfall incident in Sharn. I can confirm that it was due to a disruption of the manifest zone is what caused the initial beginnings of the disaster, though it was exacerbated very greatly by the Emerald Claw and their forces. Sometime before that, I was also privy to the knowledge that the fabled Wall of Thorns at Terravalistas had been waning and suffering due to a weakening or possibly a disruption of the manifest zone of Lemania. I was curious if any of you had heard any theories about what could be causing these, or if you may have noticed something that makes no sense about manifest zones appearing that should not be possible, or of heavenly bodies that are unidentified.
So you're looking at a half elf, and a half orc. The half orc is female. The other two are male.
Okay.
The half orc, she says, first off, My name is Kiel, and your name is?
I am Kali.
Pleasure to meet you, Kali. This is Rikari and Theo. And I'm putting these into the chat over here. We were just discussing such matters, actually. We have had reports in from the Arcanics and from Morgrave and several smaller schools, stating several facts on what happened in Sharn, causing this second tower fall incident, and with the waning manifest zone in Ter Valestas. It is my personal belief that this is an unnatural phenomenon being caused by someone or someone's. Theo here believes that it is a natural phenomenon that results from the last war, in which the Dark Six should have risen to overpower the sovereign host, and civilization should have collapsed, and nature should have risen too. And by extension, the manifest zones should weaken and restructure themselves in accordance to the natural laws of the Dark Six. It is Rikari's, and Rikari cuts in, it's my belief that this is simple chaos. These are happening due to the chaos of natural and unnatural things. We tamper with things beyond our understanding as a means of daily life. We create unnatural light. We create new beings in things like Warforged. We rip and tear the land and summon forth rock and stone as if it were to do our bidding to make our structures. This is simple, chaotic rebalancing. Yes, this is what we are debating. Theo, good.
I may have another theory to offer, differing from all of yours, which is that is it possible that the manifest zones are being affected by another moon causing their orbits to change due to its own influence?
Theo raises a brow at that.
After all, there were once 13. There could be again, could there not?
What was done would have had to be undone through extremely powerful magic, and through our studies and observations, we find no such evidence. If it were to be done, then it would have to be in accordance to my theory, which is the Dark Six are trying to... They're not trying to, they are simply rising. It is their turn at the helm. Civilization has had its reign, and the cycle must begin anew, and nature must become king once more before civilization can be reborn in its destruction.
If that were the case, would it not be more logical to assume that the manifest zone of Lamania, Tervalastas, would become overly powerful and the Wall of Thorns would simply consume the entire city instead of desiccate?
No, that would only happen once the strengthening began. First, it must weaken and restructure.
There's something about
we
the
would not
wiki talk I don't like.
we would not know when or where new manifest zones would appear. They should happen again in random spots, random locations, in places we could not predict easily. If this were to happen, then my theory would take precedence.
Are there any sorts of indicators that not necessarily reawakened or renewed manifest zones that have been relocated have occurred, but brand new manifest zones that are manifesting in properties we have not seen before? Have there been any evidence of that that you have come across?
No, which is why my theory is still simply conjecture and theory. If we had such evidence, we could pursue further studying my theory. As it stands, the one that makes the most sense, though I still disagree with, is Keel's. Yes, it is my understanding that we have evidence of the tampering with the manifest zone in Sharn, in which a bright flash was seen. There
Yes.
were terrorists at the scene. It all points to a temporary disruption, as if an experiment of some sort. And this would also explain the events in Terra Stas if the rumors are true and terrible experiments are being done with dragon shards. It would make the land toxic and poisoned, and with a toxic, poisoned land, there would be nothing for a manifest zone to manifest any longer. It cannot perpetuate eternal lushness in life in something that cannot have lush life.
I am very grateful to you all for sharing your theories with me. I must say that I personally believe that Keel is the one that I think is most likely, having seen the evidence of what happened at the Towerfall incident personally. The Emerald Claw were there much too fast for it to not have been something that they were at least having the foreknowledge that it was going to happen, which makes most sense if they caused it. So I do believe that that may be the closest thing to the truth at the moment. But I thank you for your time. I did have just one other curiosity that I wanted to settle as a matter of a bet for a friend. A friend of mine offhandedly told me that there would be an eclipse within the next 2 months, and I said that that sounded preposterous, as I had heard nothing of it. Do I owe my friend money?
That would be preposterous. We have no such evidence for a surprise eclipse. The next one would not be within my lifetime of any of the moons.
Thank you very much for your time. If there is anything else that I could possibly help you with, since I have been to Ter Valastos and Sharn since these incidents, I would be happy to answer. But otherwise, I will leave you to your discussion.
There is actually one thing you could do for the three of us. We're in this wonderful
Hand over your
library.
money.
We're in this wonderful library provided by the governor here, and we intend to remain here so long as we are allowed to study and pursue our education. But could you, through perhaps post, if you find evidence supporting any of our theories, please send it here so we can begin studying whichever theory or new or old is backed by factual evidence, because this is ultimately for the greater good. It's not just about being right or wrong.
I can certainly endeavor to do that, and one of my companions knows the sending spell, so if we are able to, when something happens, I will make sure to make a note to send a message.
Great. Thank you, and pleasure to meet you, Callie. And the other two respond with similar.
The pleasure was mine. Good evening to you.
Good evening. And they begin their debate anew. All right. I believe that covers what you guys were wanting to do during your time away, so you can reconvene back at Boar's Head Inn as the sun is beginning to settle behind the horizon. So,
It is good to once again see the rest of you.
as Kali runs into everything,
Yeah.
thunk.
I have somewhat enlightening information to share, and some that is simply disconcerting. Shall we do so over dinner?
That's
All right, let me. I think the door's
That's a
already
nice
open now.
brief.
Yes, it is. All right, so the first floor to the inn is where all the dining is to be had. You would, yeah, you go in through this little back area here. Now I had to turn my light off to open the door. There we go.
Just realized I've been muted. Darn.
oh,
So
no.
you could, they've got the tavern side of it, but if you want, the food side of it, the fresh food side of it, that's the spot to be. If you want just a tavern atmosphere, then this is the side to be on. But here they're
Yeah, so
basically
it's-
they're cooking in front of, like, you get full view cooking over here, and they serve you at this table. This is the fancy area.
But we are fancy folk.
Yeah, this would be if you're living a rich lifestyle, then you can afford this area.
Are we?
I know Rhiannon is.
Yeah, Rhiannon does.
Yeah.
Holly
Todd-
doesn't mind
Todd's just down at
splurging
the
for
bar.
the night.
Yeah.
Let's just before we go to Toxic Desert Wasteland, let's enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
That's your hometown you're talking about. Homeland.
Saw still there? Yeah, I gotcha. All right, so you're being served by a private chef. He's a dwarf, and he starts the night off with something he calls cheese bread.
Whoa.
And it is simply bread with cheese melted on it and various spices. He brings over a bowl of tomato paste, which has been lightly seasoned and warmed up. And he says, that is our starter for tonight. Prepare for a heavy dinner as I serve you circle bread.
Patented.
PhD in bread.
Yeah. But, lo and behold, it is not any circle bread. No. It is also covered in cheese, but underneath that cheese, I have layered tomato sauce. And on top of that cheese, I have placed various vegetables, spices, and meats. And it was allowed to cook and roast over an open flame on my grill. But it will be roughly half an hour before it is done, and I will bring it over. So, until then, if you wish to have more cheese bread, simply let me know. And if you would like something lighter, like a soup or a salad, we have quite the selection.
Cool.
I wonder what a super salad is.
It's a very big salad.
It has a cape and everything.
Might as well get one for the table. Share it around.
All right, so after a little while, he brings out a salad, and for good measure, he brings out 3 mugs of different soup each for you guys to try. One is a like a lentil and bean soup. Then there is one with potato and freshwater fish. And finally, there is one that is it's just a simple vegetable soup and a beef broth.
So good. I'm hungry again.
Hungry, so just even more hungry than I was.
I'm not hungry. I ate 80% of a pizza just before we started by myself.
Now
I-
you're reaching.
I only
You're
had
reaching more now.
30%. Yeah, I had 30% of a circle bread. It's circle bread night.
I
had
almost
meat
died
in a
from the
bun.
circle bread. I was busy trying to eat it while playing Ragnarok, and I didn't notice until I was almost done. I was like, "Oh no, I'm gonna die."
You must eat the circle bread, boy.
So
She's gonna
Kali,
be like taking a bite of everything that she can.
so Kali's going to
Somebody touch my
mention
bread.
when the chef
Politely,
is
not
not
like in a gross
nearby.
way.
Yes, so when the chef's not nearby, you get the idea that he's also giving you full privacy anyways. He's busy prepping the circle bread, getting all the sauce, cheese, and toppings and all that stuff. He's busy. He's not listening.
Only every so often putting the giant ear horn megaphone to the side of his head.
Yes.
I, after our incident on the Argonne and the last words that the speaker chose to impart, I decided it would be good, since we were unsure of exactly where my brother's whereabouts are, and that it seemed that the speaker may be utilizing him or influencing, to send him a message of support and to try and make sure that he knows that there are people who care and he is not alone. The reply I received, his voice sounded strained a bit,
Very raspy.
different, but it has been so long since I have seen him that I am aware of. I cannot tell you if this is from some sort of injury or if it is from whatever affecting him, if there is such a thing. But his return message, he said that he is not alone, that there was a time when he was alone, that his people are strong. This was good to hear before the latter part of the message came through, that he said that they now take what belongs to them and that I should join them and become a scion. Based on the speaker's words that Holly makes a great leader, I can only assume that my brother Halizriath is the one who is in control, or perhaps a figurehead of the Scions of Sybaris, who are not necessarily masterminding, but at least taking the lead in Jerome's attacks along the Brailish border.
And general knowledge of Jerome is, it's a monster-led nation, specifically led by the Daughters of Kel, which are they're each a different type of hag, and each one rules different portions of Jerome as they see fit. Most of Jerome was basically ruled in tribes of monsters, hiring themselves out to the highest bidder, all that good stuff. Very, very wild and disorganized. But in recent times, especially after the Treaty of Thronehold, there has been more and more organized attempts at creating bigger, better civilizations. And what we saw in Kyber's Gate only reinforces that they are gathering and learning to work together. And now that we've seen the Scions of Sybaris, quote unquote, in action, we know that this has to at least be done with one of the Daughters of Kel's approval. it couldn't have been done otherwise because this is two large scale attacks.
That being said, we have all, now at least, unfortunately, as it is for you to have made his acquaintance, Kasha, felt the speaker's influence in what it is when he speaks through someone. I do not believe that he was speaking through Halisriath, but that is not to say that he is not whispering into Halisriath's ear, as it were. I do not believe that this is something we can deal with at this moment, but I wanted to inform you all of what I had learned, as it does seem something that will cause trouble for us one way or another, even if we try to ignore it. The fact that it is my brother who is apparently leading these scions of Sybaris will mean that there will necessarily be connections made. Press on finding. They will assume that their original conjecture is definite proof now that we planned these things together, the Argont's destruction, at the same time as these attacks along the border.
Sort of like building off the good press that has been involved with whatever we've been doing.
The coincidental press, yeah.
They could possibly do that, or it could be seen as some sort of ploy to try and play both sides. There are many ways that it could be taken.
No, we're definitely pinned on playing both sides.
Do you think they might have had the extra insurance of sort of what they did with Ethrix, with your brother, making him devour crystals in a way?
That I do not know.
Your
It is
passive insight, Kali, he didn't sound crazed. He sounded confident.
Yeah.
He didn't sound like he was being forced to say anything. He spoke very clearly to you.
And that's why Kali was like, it could be anything. It could have literally been like an injury
Yeah.
or something. Like if you had an injury to your throat, maybe you talked like that, and since you've done it for years and years, that's what your mental voice would sound like. That.
Yeah.
So actually thinking about that, because it is a mental voice, that means that I'm not sure exactly how you would rule this, because this is more of a DM question for flavor purposes.
Mhm.
Would you rule that your mental voice would pretty much always sound like you sound at the moment, or is it what you perceive yourself to sound?
It's very similar
Because-
to the Matrix, where you are as you feel like you should appear and sound.
So it could be either way. This could be something that happened a long time ago and they have come to accept it, or it could be something that's very recent, but it'd be the same thing. They have to have accepted this is what they sound.
Yeah, it's how they view themselves.
Okay. Or it could just be that, he could be doing a Batman voice thing. Like, that's also possible.
He's gonna sound big and powerful.
entirely reasonable, because, hey, I'm the leader of these people. I gotta sound tough.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Kali basically just conveys all of what I've said to you guys. Is I do not know, because the speaker's all of its goals, everything is built on duplicity, on making sure that there is no losing side for it. It could just as easily be a bluff to make us think this is something we have to deal with immediately, when it is the least of our worries, as much as it could be a double bluff. But once you get to these things, you go in an infinite loop. I believe we should continue as we have already decided, but I think it would be remiss of us not to keep track what's going on, at least through the Kornberg Chronicle.
Oh, of course.
It is
we've
also
been-
possible. Go ahead.
Well, we've been track of many things, so little time and so little manpower to intervene with all of them. Don't think for a moment we'll simply abandon this because we cannot
With
face it at this moment.
I understand, but there is something that I have realized since my experience aboard the Archon. You are right that we are too few. We cannot take on an entire world's burdens onto our shoulders. Something will always have to give. Otherwise, we will crush ourselves under the weight.
Or, and she looks to Akasha, we simply attract the right kind of hands. More the merrier.
You are already taking on more than I believe is possible for anyone in your attempts to reestablish an entire nation at the same time as chasing down everything else.
Well, I believe it to be as this. This will be the rolling stone down the hill that begins the avalanche. From there, gravity will do the rest, I'm sure.
Speaking of natural forces, I took a brief moment to stop at the governor or mayor's, I don't know who, but they have opened up their home to be a center for study and learning. Anyways, I overheard some students or perhaps scholars, I don't know what they called themselves either, I didn't care. They just were in discussion about what was going on with manifest zones. They had some interesting theories, but they also, at least one of them, believed, like we do, that the manifest zones are being affected by someone or someones directly. Another believed it was the rising of the Dark Six taking control of it, and another that it was due to the hubris of our everyday casual use of magic or simple things. They wanted us to try and keep them informed of anything we might find out about manifest zones. But more importantly, they said there was no evidence of any sort of planar bodies that had been unaccounted for or that were approaching, that they had no evidence that unheard of manifest zones were beginning to appear, such as one might expect with what we learned about Dalcor. And they also stated that in regards to this vision of dragons fighting during an eclipse, that there is no eclipse expected to occur for anywhere remotely in the foreseeable future. Which means that whatever is going to occur by the speaker or others, the lords, that it will be something nearly cataclysmic in its magical prowess and power.
Life wouldn't be very exciting if such things were not at stake. Or perhaps it was a vision of the past. Or when the ages changed hands from the demons to the dragons.
I want to also make one thing clear. This vision of the blue dragon and the red dragon fighting, I do not know who it is supposed to be, but you all had the same vision, yes, that the blue dragon was wielding lightning and the red one fire.
You'll just nod.
Was it? Our character, I don't remember that.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah, it
you
was
guys saw.
Okay.
Yeah, it was part of the title as well, Fire Lightning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
when we had first heard from the engineer we had rescued about a blue and red dragon, I had presumed that it might have meant me and my brother. But I have no particular affinity for fire. My type of dragonborn or dragon, whichever you wish to attribute it, and as far as I am aware, my brother has no particular affinity for lightning. Since so much of the prophecy isn't often not literal but metaphorical, I believe it's possible that this blue dragon wielding lightning may refer to you.
Except, and she'll reach, like, look at her hands. I don't believe I can polymorph myself into one, nor do I delineate from one.
I
We
mean,
have
you are called the
learned.
Dragon Soul.
I have
We have.
a soul, yes, but it seems to be more of an agreement with that of Storm Song. A joint venture of sorts.
But that
It
is
scratches
exactly
my
what
back.
That is exactly what it could mean, is that it will either manifest from you or that you will manifest it in your own being. But that leaves us curious as to who this red dragon might be, as the only red dragon we know of is.
Yeah.
Remains to be seen, then. We can gesticulate, think and wish upon it as much as we want, but I suppose we won't find out until nearer the completion of the vision, if it was from the future.
I wanted to ask you all, since this has been brought up about my brother, and since we are all aware of what is going on in Drome, yes?
Cutely, I only read the article the other day after all.
Mm-hmm.
What do you all feel about the situation? If Brayland was not against us in Kinran and Sire, how would you feel about what you are understanding about Drome rising up because of their treatment during the Treaty of Thronehold and their being ignored as a nation?
Pardon my interruption. As the chef comes over.
Yeah, she wouldn't have minded saying that part if he was coming over. So she
yeah,
wouldn't
yeah,
have, like,
exactly. No,
paused it.
that's why I come over at this point in time. So he gives you guys the circle bread with all the good toppings and everything like that, and he actually, you don't mind if I give my opinion? Oh,
I
not
would
that I
be
was eavesdropping.
delighted to hear it.
Hey, you got to look at it like this, right? We are simple people, and when we are sent to kill our kin, it is not right. When a foreign power comes into our land and kills us, that is one thing. But no foreign power did such a thing. They came and they helped our people. They came to conquer and deliver help to change this piss poor leadership that we have here. That this killer king and his dark lanterns. He does not deserve the power. They are in the right. They should have been included as a nation and not judged based off of their scary appearances. I have not met a single monstrous sort of person that was both evil and evil looking, but I have met plenty of humans capable of atrocities I could not even fathom. Oh, sorry I got carried away there. I mean, enjoy your circle bread.
Thank you.
Will do.
Thank you. I appreciate your input.
He just gives a low
And she
bow.
genuinely, she is genuine about that.
I've already got
There
some
you
biscuit in
go.
my mouth.
There you go,
So
Colin,
she-
you heard it straight from
The
the
circle
Bravish.
bread looks delightful.
Do you agree with these sentiments?
Uh-huh. I neither agree or disagree. It's not my place to really put an opinion when it's not my land. You've heard it from the Bravish.
I more meant
Oh.
the platitudes that are being presented.
Did-
Do you?
You could bring up
What
what
I
you
am
guys
getting at-
heard in the performance earlier today. or what you had
Yeah.
heard,
So
because that would
So I will
back up
give
what you
you-
said.
Kali's one last question is, what I am getting at is, do you think that my brother is doing the right thing?
Random will shrug.
It could be like,
Right.
not to cut in again, but it could be,
Mm.
he might be doing the right thing, but in the wrong way. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
And it's fine
random-
however you respond to this. Kali is just,
Curious.
she's of two minds on it.
Random will just shrug, say, "Well, I'm more of the means, as I'm sure you've no doubt seen. I'm more concerned of how it's done. And if they're doing this amiably, with seemingly good intentions, then I won't kick up a fuss about it. But if they come in sword swinging, killing senselessly, pointlessly, then there is a problem to be had.
And it's pretty well known that these two places that were attacked were led by fairly evil people that would go in on Drome territory and pillage small tribes that wandered the border in the name of protecting Braelen's borders. There's been some pretty nasty reports that came out of both fortresses. So
Like karma.
yeah, it wasn't even like karma, because the field reports are, and Korenberg has been pretty darn accurate so far and unbiased. The field reports show that they have taken prisoner where they can take prisoner, but if people want to fight to the death, then they deliver. But they're not going in seeking to kill. They simply,
And it was also stated that they avoided civilian casualties as well.
yes,
Yeah.
they brought supplies with them to aid any damage rebuilding that needed to be done. They are trying to rebuild. They brought food. They brought people that were ready to assume a leadership role in wherever they're taking over. So they are very, very well prepared. This has been something brewing for a long time under the
Peaceful annexation.
yeah.
And what probably the party is getting out of this is that Kali is very troubled by what the speaker said. Because Kali, despite that she gave her confidence that, I think it's probably just something to cause me to worry, she can't help but worry still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, this is the downside of it, the, I guess, lawful evil side of it. They declared war as the attack happened. There was no, let them get
Before.
ready or anything like that. And they still came in and killed people. So it's still a bad thing done for the right reason. So very
Yeah.
lawful evil.
Yeah.
It's
But
got a
then
lot
again,
of
they're not-
similarities to Karnath stuff then.
Exactly. Yes.
So, yeah. It's how it's done that she'll prattle on about.
I feel like I know that he wants to do the right thing. And I want to have faith in him. I will not give up on him. But we all know what the speaker can do.
Sometimes people
Faith-
with the best intentions
faith-
cause
If faith and love in one another is all we have, then that's all we can use. And use it to its fullest effects, we shall.
What was that, Guts?
Never mind.
You're saying something good.
You sure?
Say it.
Well, I'd lost it. I had
was-
to say it in that moment.
It was good intentions often lead to
Bad outcomes. There we go.
Ah,
And she's saying that with more intent than it might seem. Does that make sense?
yeah, she's
Basically, go by like
animated.
personal experience kind of thing.
Okay.
Yeah, a bloody road is paved with good intentions.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I want to let you know that his offer does interest me to some degree. But I am committed with you all for now.
No. If it does dwell on your mind more, do try to pry more details from him about the offer.
And if
This
it
will
comes
be
to it,
difficult.
go ahead.
Go ahead, if it comes to it.
Oh, if it comes to it, we can just go and ask him.
I'm not sure how easy it would be to simply walk in and speak to the leader of an army on the warpath. But we can certainly try that. The direct approach has favored us in the past.
It looks like she's been thinking like about everything that everyone's been talking about, but she's also like just stuffing her face. So it's like she's been listening. Like she looks really like serious, like lost in her thoughts, and she's like, "You said we may not be able to shoulder the burden of the world all by ourselves, but maybe we can reach out a hand."
Indeed. That's all it takes.
I worry that we will have our reach exceed our grasp if we are not careful.
What's to say that we haven't already, with everything we've stumbled into and walked through?
Yes, and
I
it has
left home.
cost us.
I left home for very simple reasons, and now look at me. I had not expected to be here now, with all that's happened behind me.
Say that you're in a better position than you were before.
Depends what you define as a bad position. Me.
Better.
Oh, better position, yeah. Whether it's better or worse, I can't say for certain. I'm certainly enjoying the challenge of it every moment. That I can't lie about.
There is something else that has been weighing on me of late. I would like to reaffirm why we are all together. What binds us here? We are not here for personal family connections, whatever they may be, for friendships, though we have grown them, as I see it. We are here because we all feel that we have not necessarily a duty, but we have chosen to take on a responsibility to try and right the wrongs that we can, yes? And she looks to each person in turn.
I will nod.
Can I agree to that?
She looks to Celica and then Akasha. Celica, if you're talking, you're muted.
Oh, I wasn't.
Oh.
I was thinking, but you made me think I was muted, so I muted myself. Yeah, Seneca will hesitate before answering, but will just sure, yeah.
Looking to Akasha.
You're just asking like, what are we here? We're here to
She said, "We're all
Change the
here for the
world."
same reason, right? Not that we are forced to, but that we have chosen to take on the duty of trying to right what we can."
Oh yes, absolutely. He has a little bit of like tomato sauce on the side of her mouth.
Licks it up. Psionically licks it off.
So Kale will look to them all and say, "Should we officially start referring to ourselves as the Skyfire Group?"
Random will giggle at that. I'm not one for group titles, admittedly. Personally, I find it quite a cheesy name, to be honest. Skyfire. I don't
Well,
know.
if you want to change it, I believe
Oh
this may
no,
be
we
your
can't.
last chance before the press runs away with it.
No, they've long run away from it. There's no changing it now. Ever since it appeared on that first page of publication, there's been no going back.
Started
Yeah,
using it and we ended up using it.
Mm. If
I would say
unofficially you want to call ourselves that, then by all means. I find the title a bit funny, that is all. Skyfire.
depending on how many eyes you want to have on us, well, some eyes will never be off of the likes of Skyfire.
Hmm.
I was following all of the stories that I could. But this speaker, if you wish to, of course, I don't know as much about this person as you do, but do you want
I
him to
can
be keeping his eyes on us?
I can explain to you that for whatever reason, the speaker has decided to make this very personal with all of us, but it could be narcissistic of me, but it feels especially pointed at myself. He has, in the short time that we have made his unfriendly acquaintance, violated my mind, my body, my spirit, my family, and my memories.
But sure, he's rather unpleasant.
I think that's gonna look really offended, like that happened to Kali.
If you probably so Akasha probably wouldn't have noticed it in the moment, but because of the fact that Kali basically, when they did that thing on the Argont, she flung open every door she could to make the connection be better for the purposes of what they were trying to do. I don't know exactly how Akasha's dream song works, but if she's able to like go back or has like perfect recall of these things, or like she would be able to basically relive those moments through Kali.
So Akasha wouldn't actually have all of that in full. It's very similar to waking up from a dream and a lot of
Okay.
it goes away. So she might have like some pictures and a faint recollection, but not like great detail, and it's very slippery memory at that.
Okay.
She remembers the most important bits, which is helping get through that final 3 barriers.
Hmm.
And then after that, no memory because Kadir took over.
I am glad to hear we are all on the same page. This all seems very grand, especially with the loss begith. That there was almost sort of a feeling of not necessarily a safety net, but at least that we had a extremely powerful ally in the corner. That has fallen away. with the scattering of Ethrix, with Sadraxir making it his mission to remain in Sharn, we must understand that when it comes down to the wire, it may very well be only those of us at this table that we can count on. I, for one, feel comforted that the four of you are the ones that I will be able to count on in those moments.
Likewise.
With that, Kali will go ahead and start eating her own fish.
Yeah, I was about to say, now let's.
Yeah.
I was gonna be like, now let's eat the circle bread before it gets terribly cold.
All right.
Yeah.
So
You haven't been
everybody.
eating yours?
She has no
String-
manners. She's
che-
just eating.
Yeah. Cheese strings kind of dangling.
Like my fingers are all greasy.
Yep.
I probably would have brought about the two items. But I'll just say that as like in passing. We don't have to do a discussion if that would take too long.
Yeah, so you bring up the circlet, the ruby circlet, and the brass knuckles to you mention that to Kali and Sa, and if they're interested, it's a total of 1,000 gold for the both of them.
It does sound very useful, but it seems that I am running somewhat low funds at the moment. I only have enough that were it necessary, I could possibly pay for a prenobulation recovery attempt, as it were.
And they did
thought those
mention
were-
that they were willing to barter.
Yeah,
You bartered with them before, and they were very fair about it.
yeah. They're willing to barter and all that, and I can cover some of the cost as well.
Do you think that your sister would take it terribly personal if I were to trade away the cloak of invisibility she?
No.
I would, but
Wow.
Area would not find that insulting at all. She gave
Yeah.
it to you to help however it can help you.
yeah.
And it has helped.
She's very utilitarian with her outlooks.
Yeah, I mean, at the time we didn't have invisibility, so it was pretty helpful for that.
Yep. But if
But now
you,
I have greater
yeah,
invisibility.
say
I mean,
if you,
if it was a gift, it was a gift to Kali, so Sadako would be accepting if you want to exchange that.
But you're basically saying, I found something better for you, but I don't have the money. So it's like, okay, well, I can do this in addition to other things.
Mhm.
I would be fine with heading over there. Sa, would you like to?
Yeah, sure. See what they
Well,
got.
Celica, once we are all done here, you can lead us over there. I will have had time to rest a bit, so I can also sweeten the pot by offering to stone shape some things for them.
Awesome.
all right. So instead of moving our characters around, we don't have to go over to the magic shop. Save a little bit of time. After finishing up, you all head over there, and it's after sundown at this point in time. They're not very busy at the moment, and the three of you walk in, and Selec is able to point out the items. And the owner's in. He comes over with the items, takes them off of the shelf from behind the counter, and sets them down in front of the three of you, and says, "So the offer was, it's $750 per item, but I've brought it down to 1,000 gold if you wish to get both, or if you have something of equal value you could trade to us, we would also accept that."
Well, I don't know of what value you might place upon this, but I do have this cloak of invisibility, and she takes it off. She explains it's
Mhm.
good for once a day invisibility for 1 minute as a reaction, which is technically in some ways better than a typical cloak of invisibility.
Yeah,
Like, it depends. If you need it as an oh shit button, it's better.
yeah, and he takes out a pair of spectacles from his front pocket, and Kali, you notice that it has several magnifiers on it, and he inspects the cloak, and he gives it a nod of approval. You know, this is a very fine spell weave. Whoever did it is very talented and skilled.
If she,
We will pass on your compliments to Celica's brother, or Celica's sister. Then. I talked too much about Halizriath and
Yeah.
brother, so I
Yeah.
went the wrong way.
Brother, sister.
I
Siblings.
I could certainly trade it for one of these two items.
In addition to that, I believe that. So it's probably like 8 or 9 then, if it's sundown.
Yeah, around 8.
I would be able to sweeten the deal further, offer some services of stone shaping anything you might need. I could, over the course of a few hours, do 6 or so castings of it for you.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly 7 or even 9 if you really needed me to stay a bit late.
Well,
I don't know what either of my compatriots may have to offer as well, but that is what I can bring to the table.
well, my son is actually a recent Mage Right graduate and is capable of doing so. While I appreciate the offer, we do have that front covered.
Do you perhaps have any sort of rings of spell storing on the premises that I might offer a different spell for them? Perhaps greater invisibility? Since that's a 4th level spell, that should be fairly rare as well.
He glances around the shop. No, it's been a while since I've had one of those in. Last one was a couple years ago.
How exactly do spell scrolls work? Does the person who's scribing it have to be a wizard? Like, can anybody cast the spell into the scroll and somebody else who is a scribe or has that ability scribes it then?
If you
Just
are
Ollie
a
could
wizard,
offer
you can
that.
do it. Otherwise, you have to be a Mage Right taught to how to do it.
Okay.
So you can
So-
get non-wizard spells from
So she could
Mage
offer,
Rights.
since he's a mage right.
Yes.
So, oh no, she would have to be. Are you saying that she could possibly do it through him?
No, the person
Okay. I
would
understand
have
now.
to. Yeah, they would have to know the spell and make the scroll if they're a Mage Right.
Okay, so Kali has nothing else to offer then, really.
Okay. So, Saw, do you have something to trade for the brass knuckles?
good berries.
Yeah, she
Ask the rug to cough up something good.
Don't give him my rug, please.
No, ask the
Yeah,
rug to
no.
cough something up that he's probably got inside somewhere.
Oh, something else.
Yeah, just cough up a gotcha box, please.
Hey, Todd, toss me a belt or something that's glowy.
Yeah. Something good. I'm sure there's tons of shit in there.
Let me look through my spells real quick.
Oh, with as bad as Todd's reflex star, I imagine his toss would just be so
Yeah.
bad.
Goes immediately back down.
And then it
It's like-
falls on his face.
Like he somehow just throws it directly into his face rather than away.
Whenever we looked for Todd, was he more than 50 feet down?
Yeah, he was a good 100 feet down minimum.
Still within Eldritch Blast range.
Just in case.
Oh,
don't know.
damn.
I don't know who he would be. Well, said I wouldn't know who he'd be, but he could fire blaster if you need it. Firebolt.
What's the bonus to the spikies?
It increases your unarmed. It makes your unarmed attacks lethal, and it increases the dice by 1 category. So if you attack with an unarmed strike that is a D4, it becomes a D6 instead.
Where this becomes
So-
disgusting is for your wild shape, though.
Yeah, so for a D10, it'd be like a D12.
Correct.
That is really good.
I was about to ask, what about the D11, but there isn't one.
No.
Yeah.
After the D12, you start doubling up on dice, so it would go to 2d6,
So, like, yeah.
which is kind of
Ah.
like a 2d or a D12, but it has a higher average.
Okay.
It's more consistent, and the lowest you can get with a 2d6 is 2 instead of 1.
So you can never use a D20 as a damage die then.
Eventually,
you-
you can if you stack enough.
yeah.
You could, but it would be a very RNG attack. There's not a lot of consistency with rolling D20s for damage, which is why it's not really done for damage.
Oh, okay.
Typically, you start just doubling up on dice, going up to 12, and then the next time you would if you got past 2d12, you would go into 3d8 and 3d10, and then 3d12, then 4d8, and then just keep it going. Basically, capping it at d12 each time.
Right. All right then.
When I it's not really. I don't really have much to trade or like barter for. So how much would it be just for the knuckles themselves?
He would accept 500 because you're already trading in the invisibility cloak.
Uh-huh.
I can go
So
halves on
For
that for you.
everything? I'm talking
it's
about just the knuckles.
just the knuckles. He's willing to accept 500 for instead of 750.
Okay.
If you
Okay.
don't
We
have
can go half on
500,
that,
you
John.
can get creative. You can try to haggle, or you could ask the rug.
Yeah. Because asking the rug is a very tempting idea, and I was gonna like lower a rope and say, Todd, tie something to it. But you know.
Ties a table.
Yeah.
If you don't have
And
identify, that could be horrifying.
The rug
Yeah.
kind of like whispers since he's on your back. By the way, you can call me Deva, short for Devourer.
Oh, awesome. Okay. So I'm just gonna like huddle around for. I'm just gonna like hold up. I'm gonna hold up my fingers. Like, hold on a second, and I'm just gonna turn around and like crouch down. It still makes me like 4 foot tall, but I'm gonna like talk to the rug as quietly as I can. Be like, okay,
Is
so Deva,
whispering back. Yeah.
can you spit stuff out?
Well, yeah, kind of.
Okay. Do you have anything to trade? I want to get some spiky knuckles.
Okay, but you're gonna have to feed me twice over whatever I spit out, or I could get very sick.
Okay, deal.
Wait,
Okay.
wait! You should really figure out what he means by twice over. They're just like, that is the weirdest bag of holding I've ever seen.
Imagine that, like, he has to roll on like a random item and you get like the deck of many things or something.
Yeah.
Please trade
Oh,
that
I
away
love
immediately.
this.
But when he sucks,
It's exactly like the hot dog. He just rears back, chucks something out, and that something I rolled is a 28.
So, what do you have? A gun!
kitchen gun.
For those pesky stains.
You pull out a character from a past campaign.
He spits out Todd.
He's like, no, put me back in!
All right. A jar of oil comes chucking up out. It's a clear jar. It's got a corked lid. You manage to catch it. And you just hear Todd go, "My cup!" Oh. Saw stealing people's cups.
Yeah.
Again.
But
For
you
the
catch
third
it,
time.
and you're able to set it down. The shopkeep is kind of looking very inquisitive to the rug and you, but he doesn't press. He says, "May I?" In regards to look at the thing that was coughed up.
Yes. Yes, because I'm looking at it, and so far it just looks
he
like a
tilts
jar
it.
of oil.
He tilts it. He uncorks the jar, gives it a sniff. Oh, well, this could very much work. This is quite wonderful. It's an oil of greater magic weapon.
Do we want to exchange that?
We'll be taking the oil. Keep the stuff. Bye.
What exactly does that do? Is that like plus?
It allows
it,
you
it
to
gains a
put.
bonus to hit and damage.
It gives it a +1. It turns
Yeah.
an item into a or a weapon into a +1 weapon.
I assume you
Yes.
have to keep.
If it's
using it to
greater,
keep
wouldn't it
that?
be a +2?
No, this particular one is a +1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
permanently applies it though.
Yeah.
Does it have a limited amount of uses, so like you can only put it on a few weapons?
You can only put it on
You only do
one
it
weapon.
once.
One weapon.
Yeah.
Okay.
You need to coat the weapon with the oil and like rub it in and everything.
It's not additive, so it can't make a +1 into a +2, can it?
It can.
Oh.
Well, if that's the
Because-
case, then no, you should not trade it.
Because when you have a magic weapon, that's a +1 magic weapon. It is being given the magic property of +1. This applies a item buff of +1, thus allowing it to stack.
That's why it's greater.
Oh. I want to put my sword in it, but it's SARS. Damn.
Can we
It's
use
up to
his
you.
body oil and make ourselves give us
Saw.
an extra level?
Saw,
Dev-
may I?
Deva goes, "Do you need something else? Was that not good enough?"
Oh, that's great. No. You did good. You did good. And she's just like patting the rug on her shoulder.
I got
So
other stuff.
telepathically to Saw after hearing that. So this works on any sort of weapon category thing. So would it also work on a rod?
Yeah.
We could make SAR drink it, and then her teeth will be +1.
That's what? I think it
Any
would just
weapon.
kill her.
No, insides become +1. She's super efficient.
Oh god.
I'm just imagining this is now Callie to Saw like telepathically.
Dude,
Yeah,
it's a jar of.
Telepathically to Saw, Kali is
Getting
going to
shredded.
say, instead of me trading the cloak for the circlet, I will trade the cloak for your item, if you would be willing to do that instead. Because if I add +1 to my rod, that gives me a +1 to the saves anyways,
Yeah.
and a +1 to hit.
How are we gonna buy the spikies? I mean,
That's
I have
what
the
I'm
money.
saying.
That's a lot of money.
That's
If
what I
you
am
want to get,
saying.
if you want to get all three,
You will get the spikies.
Saw's
Like-
confused.
I will trade the cloak for the spikies instead of for the circle.
Oh, right. Okay.
Or if you want to spend money as well, then I can go. I could go halvesies and we could get all of it.
yeah, that's what I was saying as well.
How much would we go half? Like
We're
500.
paying the
500
back
to 250.
Tay in the back goes, "It's so weird hearing you say halvesies as Kali." She's like, that doesn't sound right.
That's how you just have to talk to Saw.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to do it between the three of us, it would be something like 125 each, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't.
So close. Oh.
No. Not remotely close.
145, maybe?
What? It's 166.
How is
Well,
it more?
technically 167. Because it's
Oh,
500 three
no,
ways.
It's 250 I was originally from, not 150. Right. Math.
Oh my goodness. I
But
heard.
yes, you can go with the 161 if that makes it easier.
I am more than willing to do that.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So that was 160 what?
It would be 167.
67.
167 gold.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Removed.
Oh boy, I'm back to an even number. That's great.
I'm actually getting kind of low.
Yeah.
Just think
I
none
am
of this
down
would happen.
to 126 total gold, effectively. But oh boy.
Boy.
All right, cool. Is there anything you guys want to get while we're here, or just head back?
Quite alright, thank you.
I'm going to go to the butcher's.
Okay, yeah, it's after dark, but sure, there can be some open. It's a city after all. They're probably just about to close up though.
Yeah.
Just keep in mind that any fresh meat will spoil quickly.
Yeah.
All right, so what you doing over by the butcher?
Buying meat.
Do you mind anything fresh will spoil? Okay, what do you want? I want fresh meat.
You made me laugh so hard, my shoulder hurt. Ah,
That's a heart attack.
I'm gonna go ahead and remove your inspiration.
So I'm walking
Sir
into the butcher's
has
and
left the
I'm just like
campaign.
I'm whispering to the rug. I was like, all right, you want anything from here?
All of it.
I'll
how much for all your meat?
I was
The
just
butcher
about to
too, if
say.
you want.
I'll get you a bad guy later.
Okay, deal.
Okay, yeah.
Saw walking in.
I will. I'll ask the butcher what he has left for the day.
He has around 20 pounds of various meats that he has not put into a salt bath or a cooler, an ice bin.
Okay. How much for that?
The ending of that.
Oh.
Well, this is quite fine cuts. So, all in all, you're looking at about 15 gold worth of food.
I'm gonna insight him.
How much does a whole cow cost?
I was just about to say.
A
mean-
whole cow costs normally about a gold.
Yeah.
Because
think
they keep providing, like, you keep the cow for milk.
You normally keep the cow,
And
yeah.
only when it's getting old do you really want to kill it and use it for parts.
So I got a 14 on insight.
Yeah, you're taking in the place, and this is actually kind of a upscale place from what you.
Fancy.
Not fancy. It's just it's higher income.
Gotcha.
For it makes sense for Star Lasker and Sharon. You could find some butchers out by the docks and just get their entire
Yeah.
stock for 5 silver.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it's also less demand there. They're trading wholesale normally, whereas these are fine cuts of pork, various different types of beef, and other livestock animals.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense that it's 15 gold, but again, you can always haggle and barter.
Yeah. So I'm gonna whisper to Deva, would this be enough to cover it?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Alright. I'm gonna
Don't
try to roll a persuasion.
Sure.
I'm still with her, right?
I thought
If you
she had
wanna
just
be.
yeah, I thought she had just gone by herself, but yeah, you can.
Oh, I mean, because we were all hanging out.
Yeah,
I
no,
just
that's
Yeah,
thought
fine.
Holly would probably go with you.
I assumed that we were all going, but
Sounds
So
good. No,
Holly
sounds good.
could, when she hears you haggling, Holly will sort of nudge you and say, "You could also say that we could stone shape things for him if he wants that."
don't-
Save some ceramic knives for him.
I was about to say I don't think they eat stones, but I realized that wasn't what you
Stone
meant.
shape.
The
Just
ceramic
stone
knife.
shape like a whole set of perfect ceramic knives.
You start doing that ad that I'm the one. The ceramic knife.
Yeah, the knife, it
You can
cuts.
just make stuff out of like stone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I'll just like, okay, I'm gonna dig in my pocket and I'm gonna put 10 gold on the counter. Be like 10 gold in a stone shape.
Deal.
What?
Better deal.
Wait a moment here. Holly's like, this is that's a little much to do both. I understand that you want
No
to have
takesies,
cash on
backsies,
hand.
miss.
Do I have to roll a persuasion check here?
Yes. Saw set the stuff down. She did the action, and
Yeah,
he said
she's
deal.
already leaving the counter and like gathering all the meat.
This guy's gonna have a bad time. I rolled a 19
Oh,
plus the D4. I got a 4, so that's a 31 persuasion.
oh my goodness.
As Kali's like, look, I am well aware of what doing stone shape is worth. Hiring a maidserite is very expensive. But what I am offering to you here is that I can go ahead and do this 3 times for you instead. And my friend can keep her gold. And we can make you a nice, large, 15 square foot meat cellar down below.
I've got other plans
How's
for
that
it, but
sound? Or whatever
but
you want
he-
to
he
plan
slides-
for it. I can even have a built-in stone shelving.
he
whatever you
slides the
wish.
10 gold back across the counter. And he goes, "You make a fair point, but I was too good a deal to
Especially
try
since
and just pass up."
Technically,
I-
we're still way overpaying since Kali's going to do 3 castings.
Yes.
Yeah.
But still.
He
But-
says, honestly, what I need, and he points back to this large stone slab that's his butcher's block. I need this fixed, and then he points over to a large grindstone. He needs that repaired. He doesn't need the third casting. He'll just take both of those being repaired.
Very well. I will go ahead and do that for you. So Kali will go ahead and start getting to work on those.
All right,
Saw's
fantastic.
got like all the meat in the middle
While
of the
you
shop.
while
And
you
she
just
al-
like go ahead. sorry.
Yeah, she's piling it on the floor. And then she just takes the rug and like does the little pop motion and just lays it on top of the meat.
Every time you do the pop motion, he just kind of goes,
And I'm like petting the rug as
he-
it's slowly
he
going down.
he opens wide and just lays flat, and you just hear him kind of like, oh.
For some reason,
There's
I
a-
thought like
There's a muffled, ow! There's so much. Why is it still hitting me? Ow, ow.
Nice wet slap. Medium
Yeah,
wet
just
slap.
just
poor Tog.
the chef. He was watching that and just furrows his eyebrows and instead watches Kali. He makes like one of those like kids these days head shakes.
So Kali takes the time, and we obviously saw like whatever his sign is when we came in, right?
Yeah.
So whichever side of the block faces the door, she's going to include like an engraving with basically whatever image was on his sign on that side.
All right. It's
So it's like personalized.
basically it's his face with his mutton chops and everything, and it just says
Perfect.
Butch's Butcher.
So he gets that on there, and then obviously since that's would be counterintuitive for a grindstone, she doesn't do it on the grindstone.
He's very grateful. And although he witnessed something very strange, it is you guys' time and abilities to spin how you see fit. Well,
There we go.
with
Save.
that, are we done for the night, or is there anything else we want to do before the next morning?
I'm tempted to work on what Area said about getting something, but I'll do that. I don't need to.
So what's your plus to attack right now, Guts?
Uh, with what?
Like when you make an attack roll, what's your attack?
Well, he's asking what do you use the most? The Mantis Blade, your
Oh,
Greatsword?
right, yeah, well, that would be the Mantis Blade. So that would be plus
Okay.
7.
Okay, but you're still trying to find eventually a belt of giant strength.
Eventually, yeah.
See, I think. See, I've already got a +9 to attack, and the circlet alone is going to give me up to an 18 save DC, which is ridiculously good. I think it's probably better for you with your terrible rolls to have the oil.
Please don't give it to me as a pity one. I feel terrible.
Not it's not about pity. It's about thinking about it from a perspective of who's more likely to
Effectivity.
miss. Who's more likely to benefit from a +1 at this point? My where I'm at, I can't really get any higher without magic items because I've got max charisma now. You've still got room to grow, but you also have terrible rolls, so even that might not be. This is what we were talking about before about like you try and mitigate things with what you choose to get for your character.
Out of character, I was going to give it to Celica if
Okay.
Kali didn't trade for it as well.
Okay.
Because
We'll give it to
she's
Celica.
up in front, she's melee, she's
Okay.
like, you know.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. So Celica, you get the oil. I will be content with the circle.
Thank you.
All right, we good to go?
Yeah, I think the only thing Random might do overnight is just check out the sword more, figure out a bit more about it.
All right. So, back at your inn room, of course, you paying for your private suite.
And then lavish. Suite.
Yes, with a bath in there and everything.
Yes.
You are relaxing in the tub and you happen to think about the blade, kind of been wondering. It's been in the back of your mind all day. And so you summon it and you're looking at it over top of the bubbles, the suds. And you think about what it had told you to do, the blood that you offered it. And in studying it, you hear this voice again, and it says, I am blood sworn to you. That is my name. I am contract bound to you for life, to protect you in dire needs and to keep you alive as long as I can.
Marvelous. Well, it seems we've made this contract in rather excellent time. I am most desperately in need of something such as yourself.
And I am bound to collect what is due for use.
And what might that be? I'm guessing blood. It costs blood or something. HP to use it.
Yes, I require blood in order to execute what I am needed to do. But I can never be the one that kills you. My contract forbids it.
It's Senkets.
Trinkets. So I'm guessing, effectively, If not my blood, then the blood of my enemies.
The blood of your enemies will have no effect on the contract.
So out of character, basically, I would spend HP to use the defensive effects of the sword.
Right.
I assume that if it goes to a point where if it did do that and it would kill her, it wouldn't do it.
It could not.
No, yeah. So basically, yeah. If I was hit 1 HP, it wouldn't. It would say nah.
Yeah, there
Right.
would be. It would not be able to execute its contract, though. It would still protect her to the best of its ability from what it had already siphoned.
Okay.
Mm.
Yes, Lumi.
Isn't it great that a lot of the gifts that I've given out are coming with double-edged swords in the end?
The whole campaign is about double-edged swords.
Yeah.
Cost to everything.
Yep.
Everything. So I guess you'll pry further. Like, what are these defensive capabilities of yours?
I can protect you from harm physically. I am capable of parrying attacks that are made within striking range. I am capable of deflecting attacks made at range, so long as you trust me and offer your blood. Out of character, basically you can spend hit points to negate attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So shield doesn't cut it in terms of physical attacks.
Yep.
He'll do it. Plus one will do it.
Yes. Though the amount it drains is never the same, it's a rolled amount.
Okay.
If it is one that would drain you to 0, it would simply not work. It would, try to make the motion, but it would be too little to actually see it through.
Okay. So basically it's shield, but I use HP.
Yes. Now, attacks that would do massive damage would not be able to be blocked. So if something's coming at you like a fireball, not going to help.
Yeah.
But attacks
But
that would deal,
roll to hit.
2d12 or plus a number, like regular, I want to say like regular attacks, you could spend whatever is called for in that situation and essentially take less damage than what you would normally receive.
Cool. Good thing I got these crappy, really super lightweight plastic dice that always roll low.
The other thing that it can do is attempt to negate spells directed directly at you. So ranged spell attacks made against you.
Cool.
So you can spend hit points to semi counterspell.
That's pretty good.
Very good, yeah.
It saves up your usage for like counterspell and stuff.
Yeah, I like this. This is cool. I'll make a custom item for it just so I remember I have it in my inventory.
Yep.
And then probably tomorrow I'll make an actual custom item and tweak it with you.
Yep. Sounds good.
Neat. Thank you very much, Celica. Marvelous gift.
She doesn't
Am I
hear
there?
it. No, she doesn't hear it.
Yeah. Okay.
She'll say it out loud.
Yeah.
She'll say it out loud. That's
Oh, okay, so you're like shouting it to the next room over.
Not shout, but she's like,
Yeah.
like yeah, just talking to herself.
Gotcha.
Probably off somewhere trying to dip my sword in the oil.
She'll dismiss this one and say, "Well, I expect your services to be rendered in short order."
I have never gone unused to those that I have been contract bound to.
Good to know.
All right.
That's it.
Fantastic. We all good for the night then?
I think so.
Yeah. I don't know how to change the thing to a +1. With the
Don't
extra
worry, I'll
one.
help you out. I'll be
Okay.
able to do it with a custom item. I got the notes here. All right.
All right.
All right. So next morning comes along. Let me just flop. Next morning comes along. You guys are able to have a wonderful breakfast. He has more bread discs, but they're served with some kind of sweet, dark liquid. Reminds you of molasses. He says it comes from the north. They call it syrup. And, a healthy pat of butter.
Already on it, or like on the side?
No, it's melting over top.
Okay. I get to do the American pouring the syrup on the pancake thing.
Yep.
Wee.
So,
Only in fantasy is that ever achievable.
Torin, Hilt, and Dagger meet you here. Let me grab their tokens real fast. They should be over here, I believe.
Oh, didn't you guys want to go as soon as you got here? Hell no, we're having breakfast.
We've been waiting 2 hours at the tower for you.
He's got a weapon.
They've all got weapons.
Do they actually glow?
Not enough about what's in their
Yes.
pants.
Yes, their weapons glow.
Ooh.
All right, let's get this badass over here. So Torin walks in, and Hilt and Dagger are behind him. Torin
Drip.
walks
So
over.
they all look like they stepped out of the Matrix.
Yes, as is the Lyrander outfit. So
Kali just immediately is like, I see where you get it from.
Torin, you son of a bitch.
he walks over and gives the hand gesture to grips your hand and gives you a pat on the back kind of hug, and he's just good to see you again, Rhiannon.
You looking fantastic.
Hilt, Dagger, Skyfire. Yes, we've met some of them already.
It's good to see you two
Yeah.
again.
You too, Celica, you too. And who is this sweet thing over here? And a lot of you look over to Akasha, but he's looking at Sa.
That's just mean. That's mean.
Rhiannon will introduce the new members, respectively.
I think Kali's met him already once.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kali's met them, so Sa and Akasha.
Yeah. So he lifts his glasses and gives Sa a quick wink, and he's like, pleasure. And he looks over to Akasha and gives her a nice wink as well. And of course, always a pleasure to meet a talented bard. That is a lovely flute you have there. I dare say it belongs to the family?
Yes, it does.
An emerald one at that, yes?
Indeed.
I've seen only one other in my life over in Stormreach. It was a ruby dream song. Wonderful lilting sound.
You said it was in Stormreach?
Yeah, Stormreach. So that's over in Zentric.
Sounds like there's a story with this kind of item.
Hilt and Dagger, they take a seat. Here. Dagger sits over by Celica. He's not very talkative.
Kali will
Torin,
summon forth the chef.
yeah. Oh, he's already on his way over with pancakes. Torin sits next to Sa, and Hilt sits next to him. She's very talkative, very kind of bubbly personality. She makes up for for Dagger's silence. Torin says, so we're off to Tervalastas, right?
Yes, we are.
All right.
Back home.
So
Plan.
we're gonna be avoiding the Mornland, or avoiding Mornland this time. We'll be going from
Definitely.
here over the Seawall Mountains. We'll have to stop in Dargoon. Let's see. We had stopped at what's the capital? Ruckandral. Rukandral. We stopped there last
yeah.
time, and that's basically going to be where we stop again. You had opted to go and make an extra half day stop, so that's coming out of today as they're restocking for today, the travel that they just made from Sharn to here, and then restock again in Rukandral. So we're gonna be here till this afternoon, and then flying south to Rukandral for a day and a half, and then flying over to Tervalastas for a day and a half, and having to swing under Mornland and go across the Kraken Bay,
Yeah.
and then start moving northward to Tervalastas. He says that the weather's been pretty clear, pretty nice, and he expects mostly smooth sailing, at least over land. The Kraken Bay has been a bit volatile, but nothing he can't handle, especially in the Burning Gale Mark II.
Mark
Mark
II.
II.
Yes.
What's different about it this time?
I found that the elemental was exerting a bit too much power, and it felt at times like the ship wanted to rip itself apart from the strain. So we've reinforced the ship a good bit and provided new lines for the elemental to travel through. It's the first dual ring elemental airship that we've been able to make. So
Wow.
with the extra channel for the elemental to pass through, it's able to concentrate its effort without feeling like it's constant 100% output. Which was very draining.
Sounds impressive.
It is. It has been. So with that,
Is this
Oh,
he
the...
begins to eat and listen to what you guys want to say or do.
I was thinking that we'd catch him up with the events thus far, or since last seeing him. Probably leaving out gruesome or scary bits.
And he keeps
give it just a nice, give a nice general thing, like things he might have missed out in the Korenberg. He's getting the real inside scoop.
he's listening, but he keeps glancing over to Sa, very clearly checking her out. And he's just like, judging by your accent, you've been aboard several ships, no doubt. But you spent a lot of time in the principalities, yeah?
Is he talking to me?
Yes.
Yes.
Learned myself a thing or two from there. It was
Oh.
good times.
I will sorry, I can't think. I'm gonna ask him how long he spent in the principalities.
Well, I did trade back and forth. It's not really that I spent a lot of time in any one place, but I made frequent trips there during the last war. And, well, The flying was good, but the ladies were always better. And Hilt looks over at him, and she's just like, "You just never quit, do you?" And he's just like, "Quitters don't win. I'm no quitter." Rhiannon saw to that. And he gives her like a wink to follow it up with.
He's bounced back hard.
Yeah, it has. Oh,
It's about this point in time you notice a small, what looks to be like a drake or dragon that crawls out from a backpack and gets up on his arm and nips at some of his pancakes.
Oh, cute.
Ah, yeah, well, this cutie here, her name's Jay. Jay, friends. And she just kind of goes, "Meh," and then continues to nip at his pancakes.
I really
So
want
So
to
is
keep
this
her.
is this a pseudo dragon?
It is not a pseudo dragon.
oh.
Kalia's eyeballing this thing.
It is a hatchling blue dragon.
Wow.
Where did you pick up this Jay?
Jay found me. I was taking Mark 1, Burning Gale Mark 1, through a pretty rough storm out south of the hilt in the Straits of Shargon. I was headed over to Trollenport with some trade, and nasty storm hit, and Jay showed up mid-flight, ship rocking, me contending with the elemental. Rough time all around, but it was as if, the storm began to clear as soon as Jay showed up. Been looking for her sire or mother, but to no avail. I don't know, if they were headed out past Arenal and out to Arganessen or what, but I've been taking care of her. She's been taking care of me.
Oh, she's lucky to have found you.
I see it as a reverse. Things have really changed for the better once Jay showed up. And Dagger nods to that, and Hilt just like, yeah, honestly, it's been a lot better.
Oh, that's good.
So lovely to hear.
Dragons don't pretty much ever abandon a hatchling.
No.
So this sets off all kinds of warning bells for Colin.
Mhm.
Yeah, no. He fears that whoever the hatchling was traveling with is no longer with us. Because he's searched high
Yes,
and low.
and it is near impossible to contact anyone in Arnessen.
Yep. I went to House Civis, and they were unable to do anything.
Like out of character.
I've sent post to Arganessen, but you know how it is. It maybe it gets there, maybe it doesn't, if they're willing to accept. So
Yes, everything gets. It's fairly common knowledge that like the only place anyone ever lands is Totem Beach, right?
Yeah.
And that there's like very angry residents there that are like humanoid,
yeah,
and basically only every so often do they ever allow anyone to land peacefully.
correct.
Okay. I just had to make sure that's like reasonably common knowledge.
Yeah, anybody who's studied anything about dragons would know that.
Yes,
Because
they
that's
do not tend to be very welcoming of visitors, much less male persons.
no. I asked Draxir if he could, you know, cop a favor for me, but he hasn't had contact with Arcanison since meeting you guys.
Is Jay a name that you have just chosen, or was there some indication that it is its
Just
own name?
felt like the right name. Jay responded to it, right away. I don't know what it is, but it's just a name that popped into my head, and Jay agrees with it, listens to it.
Out of character, do when dragons are hatched, do they immediately know how to walk and talk and everything, or do they learn to talk later?
No, they have a high intelligence, but they don't know how to talk just yet. They haven't learned a language yet, but they do learn languages. They're often smarter than the average folk.
Okay.
And Jay will learn how to talk. They mature somewhat slow, honestly. But as far as how smart they get, it entirely depends on their upbringing.
Okay.
But to put it in perspective, how young this one has to be, like even a wormling is still considered a medium creature, and those are usually the youngest you'll ever see on their
Yeah.
own.
Yep.
Right.
And this is a tiny creature.
This is like a baby.
Yep.
You know, I kind of want to
Serious
ask to
baby.
want to pet Jay, but at the same time, it feels inappropriate because it's
a
like a
sentient
baby.
being.
So
Yeah.
as Celica as Celica thinks about that, Jay looks over to Celica and does another one of the things, but little crackles of little sparks of lightning come out of its mouth.
I think that's a no.
Rhiannon will drop the prestidigitation on her facial marks and just like give it a curt little nod.
It hops down across the table, knocking over drinks and things, and looks up at Rhiannon, kind of
Oh,
tilting its
little
head. She's tilting her head, looking at Rhiannon with the cracklies, and she does another little breath attack. A couple of more sparks, and then kind of turns around to show herself off before returning to Torin.
So, Kali's going to speak Draconic to it, like basically like baby Draconic, and be like, "Do you understand me? Do you know your name? Does it start with J? Is that what it sounds like?"
It tilts its head. You said this was telepathically?
The first attempt is going to be out loud in
Okay.
Draconic.
Out loud in
And then-
Draconic, it does not yet understand.
Okay, then we'll attempt telepathy after that. Still in it's mind to mind, so it should understand regardless, but it's in Draconic overtones.
Yeah. Now it really begins to tilt its head, and it responds with the feeling of agreement. Unable to form words, but it agrees.
So she'll look to Torin and say, "I believe that however you came to your assessment, that you are correct. Its name that it was given or that it recalls must have started with J or sounds like." And Kali looks again to the little hatchling, and she looks back to Torin and says, "You should be. I know you probably already know this, but I feel almost compelled to say that there are many who would try desperate things to take this from me.
Some have already made
If
that
you ever-
mistake.
If you ever run into any problems of the sort, I, for one, would be more than willing to assist you dealing with.
Well, if we run into it while we're all together, I'll let you do such things, but I've got my trusty lightning slinger here, and he refers to his gun. And it's helped deter would-be thieves so far. When that fails, I have hilt and dagger here.
Quite a lot of layers to get through.
It is
Very
good to
funny
know
colour.
that. Also, mentally, did I? Because it's usually very hard to tell with dragons. Did I get the feeling that it's a male or a female?
It definitely was more feminine.
Okay. So she will say, "It is a precious little one you have, and it is good to know that she will be in good hands with you."
That she will, until she wants to be on her own or her family comes to get her. I'm keeping her safe.
I'm so proud of Torrin coming this far. God damn it!
Such character progression.
Oh, I hate that I don't have a stronger bond because I failed at talking to it.
If
It's
only
like, hey,
Silica had progressed like
it was
this.
it was like the depressing person telling someone that they shouldn't be depressed. It
Yeah.
didn't work.
Yeah. It just made it worse.
That just makes me
Celica
think
was
of-
just like, I've lost loads of people. Don't worry.
Have you
gets
seen
worse.
Get Him to the Greek?
Yeah.
The part where Aldous Snow like calls his mom and he's like, "Mom, I called you because I need support." And she's like, "Well, you just you know, stiff upper lip." And he's just like, "Thanks, Mom." And I just immediately jumps off a roof.
Yep. All right.
The Celica experience.
So, with all of this learned, are we ready to take our voyage, begin our voyage to Tervalastas?
Yes, let us begin the blood rain.
Yep, I have nothing else I need to do here
All right.
except get arrested.
Let's go grab an airship. Travel airship. All right. So the first place that we end up stopping is going to be the airship port in Rukon Draw. It is very clear skies. Let me just grab everybody here. You have a few hours of time to explore this large goblin city. It's goblins, hobgoblins, orcs. You know, you name it. They're all working pretty hard at the moment. Let's see, who did I not grab? Rhiannon. There we are. They're working pretty hard. If there's anything that you want to do or look for while here, we can do so before we cross over to go to Tervalastas. We got to go over the Kraken Bay, Kraken Bay.
I think it's
Yeah,
the
it's Kraken Bay. Yeah.
Well, I know that the Apple Store's gone, so I'm not going to go there. I'm going to see. Do they have any? See if this place actually has potions.
Yes.
They do. Cool.
Yeah. So you can find healing potions, 2d6 plus 4 for 50 gold each.
That was cheaper than the other one because that was 75.
Yeah.
So for 5 people, that would be 5 times 5 or 50. 9, 10, 15, 20.
250.
So that'd be 250. Inventory. Ooh, I have enough. I can buy all 5.
All
I'll
right.
do that.
All right. So you now have yourself 5 potions of 2d6 plus 4 healing.
40, take away from there, and then 1 platinum.
Kali is definitely going to inform everyone. I am going to go find someone with the locals, and I am going to spend some time gambling, carousing, and generally getting into just a slight bit of mischief. So if anyone wants to join me, feel free. But we will not be in the refined sections of the city, to say the least.
Why not? Might as well put the shift weave to use.
And then Kali turns, because I assume you said since this is a hobgoblin basically city,
Mhm.
that the dock workers and stuff will be goblin and hobgoblin.
Yep.
So she'll turn and in fluent goblin, just start asking where's a good place to waste a few hours, tie a few on, and gamble away some money.
They will respond, not surprised in the least, with the fluent goblin. They say that about 3 blocks north of this dock, take a left, and you'll find yourself at the Silver Spur. It's what some would refer to as a tavern, but really it's a gambling hall. Cards, dice, you name it, it's all there.
Fantastic. Much obliged.
They kind of just shrug and give you a wave before beginning to load things on and off of this ship. Is there anything anybody else wants to do, or are we good to progress further?
I can't think of anything.
Yeah, I think we're good.
All right, fantastic.
Kali will definitely be at least buzzed by the time she gets back on the ship.
Sounds good. All right, let me fix this. Oh, gotta fix that.
So I hand out those potions to everyone, so everyone has at least one.
All right. Let me raise this up. There we go. So with this airship, by the way, just imagine that there's a ring around the front of it too, but smaller, tighter towards the ship. Where is this?
Is it the
What's
same
the figurehead
fire?
on this ship?
There is not
Sorry.
one. It's just basically a straight jut piece of wood. This one does not have anything assigned to it yet, with it being a prototype still.
Is the second ring of fire the same color, or is it different?
It's the same color.
Okay.
Because it's 2 rings, just 1 elemental, right?
Yes.
Okay.
What's going on here? Oh, because I'm in build mode. There we
God,
go.
I'm wondering how Televital Stars looks like now.
That's those, and let me grab you guys' tokens. So the trip over the Kraken Bay is very quickly going sour.
Oh, boy.
As a storm brews and begins to grow into a tough wind, into a gale, and horizontal rain. Let me grab, let's see, 2 others I need, Rhiannon and Sa. And you guys are basically helping pilot the ship. Let's begin this one. All right, new music.
Ooh. I like this music.
The storm brewing is getting harder and harder for Torin to pilot on his own, so Dagger comes to help. And the storm continues to grow. And grow. And grow. Everybody's on the map, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. The ship begins to rock about, and the weight of the cargo begins to kind of slide. As the wind is picking up, so does the rain, and it becomes a cold, hard-hitting rain with large droplets smacking into you at a screaming pace as you guys are still pushing out around 30 miles an hour through the storm. Torin eventually shouts that it's a hurricane.
Oh, no. Why did you do this to me?
It is the same storm that House Lyrander lost that wind galleon in. It's finally made it here. And he says it's one of the nastiest ones he's ever seen. He needs you guys to find whatever you can to do. You need to secure cargo. Stop it from sliding around so much. If you are talented in magic and can force winds around some other way, or help shield the ship from the tough wind, then you need to pull out all the stops, as this hurricane is not going to easily let you out without a pretty hard fight.
Who are the two most critical crew members to managing the ship's essentially stability?
Torin and Dagger.
Because I don't know if you have the spell prepared, Saw, but I can use the enhanced ability that Samuel put in my Ring of Spell Story on those two.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Because I think you have other magic that can be useful, but I don't. That's about all I can do magic-wise.
Okay.
So enhanced ability.
I could, I can, what was it? I can help with directionals. I can give you guys, I'm assuming I can, Vex correct me if I can't, about, like, what takes priority on the ship, what to secure first, what to tie down,
Yeah, you can
whatnot.
definitely call orders. It's not much different than a boat.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and do that, and, I'll start working with that, essentially.
All right.
And, I'll start doing some repairs on the ship if it needs to.
Yeah.
So, I'll use the spell out of the Ring of Spell Storing for enhanced ability on those two.
Okay.
Or
Fantastic.
whatever ability that is
Yep.
best for each one.
Yep.
And then the only other magic thing I can do is I can use the Drift Globe's daylight that
Okay.
lasts for an hour. It
Okay.
makes a big giant beam, essentially.
Yeah.
Or a sphere of light, wherever they want it.
All right. So they definitely want to view the front of the ship more. That way they can watch
Okay.
how it's rocking and kind of yawing in the air. It sheds some more light too on what's going on in the ocean below. You see these massive waves, just 50 feet up, then 50 feet down, just almost lapping up against the bottom of this airship. So
All right, so the light will be centered at the very tip of the airship,
Yeah.
because that way it moves with the airship at all times.
Yeah.
And it'll last for an hour.
Rhiannon, anything you want to do?
Anything the Market Storms can do to help, I'll do it.
All right. So
From control wind.
yeah, you're unloading and helping blunt the force of wind.
Hmm.
All right. That sounds
So
good.
Just like, let's just snap my fingers, make the hurricane go away.
So you
PhD in weather control.
you are going to be busy handling fighting the wind. Torin and Dagger, Dagger and Torin are going to be busy contending with the elemental. Callie, at the first round, you're busy with casting your spell
Enhance
and the sunlight essentially.
Yeah, the drift globe.
Yeah. Celica, Hilt, Akasha, and Sa. You are on deck. Sa, you're calling out orders to them. They're trying to tie things off as you see fit. They're trying to secure cargo as you see fit. But it's as if the hurricane reaches a tendril down to the ship itself. And... Come on, thing. This tendril forms into a whirling force on the deck of the ship.
That can't be good.
There we go. And another tendril crashes water on the opposite side of the ship.
Is this a
Oh,
magic storm?
This is.
it's an elemental storm.
Elementals are whirling and flying, thrashing through this storm. Sheets of rain become elementals. Gusts of wind become elementals. Roll initiative, please.
Whoa.
If it's because of freaking dragon shard pollution, probably pulled them in
I
from
rolled a 19 plus 3, so 22.
22.
Went first this time.
15 plus 2, 17.
What was Saz?
19.
Celica?
That is a
Back, sorry.
We're rolling initiative.
15 plus 2, so that'd be 17.
All right.
Got 14.
14. And I'll put them at the end of the order. These ones go here and here. So
And
we
where's
start.
Rain when we need him.
Yeah. We start with Akasha, with a wind elemental on the left of the ship and a water elemental on the right side of the ship.
So, do I need to do, like, for an action, or would I know anything about these elementals?
Arcana check.
I rolled a natural 20 plus 3, 23.
You know enough that this is not natural. This should not be happening. Something is happening within this storm, within this hurricane, that is far outside the realm of what is typical in a hurricane. Torin shouts that the fire elemental is trying to drive harder through this storm, that it wants to help burn. And it doesn't say help burn what. He shouts out that it is burning him to control. And you can see that Dagger is struggling against the wheel of the ship. The both of them trying to hold it steady against the wind and against this now raging elemental. You can see the rings growing and essentially becoming a hotter flame, getting more and more white. You've seen this once before, Celica and Rhiannon, whenever Celica's mark caused the airship to go berserk. That reading of that newspaper, Lumi, you get a sense that this storm was like that when it hit the wind galleon and drove that wind elemental in the galleon to take over and burn out the pilot that was controlling the elemental.
Okay.
In this case, there's only one thing that could make sense. You're in a manifest zone to Kithri, the churning chaos, where elementals are born and call home. And this manifest zone is moving across the waters as a hurricane.
Is that something that we've ever seen before?
No
that the
one.
world-
No one has ever seen something like this. World first.
Yeah. World premiere.
Alright. I think that I can. Let me see here. I don't actually know.
Almost as though they're trying to protect people from going into
I'm trying to think
Tether.
if I had like how long it takes me to do mind link because I was gonna tell.
It's an
Colin-
action. Mind Link is done as an action.
You can talk because you can take reactions right now, though.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
You just
Okay.
have to shout over the storm.
Yeah,
Yep.
I guess I would just shout it over the storm.
That's fine.
It's a moving manifest zone.
Manifest zone to Kithri. Churning chaos.
PK3.
Guts.
And I'm trying to think of, the only other can I like it's only the last thing I can do move.
Yes, you can take a move action.
Can I get up there to see if I can help with whatever's going on with the elemental trying to burn him?
You could go up to 30 feet, so 15 feet there and 15 feet up. We get you there for this turn. And that would take us to Sa.
All right. Well, I doubt that getting in range of these elementals is going to be nice.
You'll be
So-
fine.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, what kind of damage to do to them and stuff.
I'm guessing you have to do the opposite of whatever their element is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you hit the water ones with water, they get healed or bonus damage or something. I don't know how it works, but
They're immune
Yeah,
to water
yeah.
damage and wind damage.
okay.
Right. So. I think I'm going to. There's other crew members on this, right? Or is it just
No, it's
us?
just the three of you, the three, and you guys are acting as the crew. This is bare minimum.
Okay. All right. So, yep, we got people up there protecting Captain. I'll go ahead and I'll attempt to keep this one at bay.
Okay.
Gonna go ahead and use. Let me make sure of this. All right. Yeah, I'll try for primal savagery first.
Okay.
That is a where is it? It's an 18 to hit.
That hits.
All right, and so that is where am my D10? There, along with this, and let me double check. That's all the dice that I need. Okay. That is 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. 28 damage. Acid.
All right, so you're biting into it and rend out a chunk of water and replace it with this fizzing, boiling acid. The elemental whirls about and thrashes more.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and I'm going to use my bonus action to get right here to block off the stairway.
Okay. Kali. So you had just cast that stuff,
Yeah.
and you see Torin and Dagger struggling. You can almost see the glow of heat coming from them as they're
So-
trying to contain this fire elemental.
The way elemental control on these things works, and I know it, is like it's a contested sort of like persuasion check kind of deal,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, you're
Like
using your
in
force of
character, it's
personality.
yeah. So I know that, usually it requires somebody solo who's got a proper mark to truly control an elemental.
Yeah, in this case,
But
both
are
of
you
them
able
are doing
to
it.
are you able to like share the burden because they're already doing it that way? Would someone who's not specifically trained in this, but who is
You're a special case because of your telepathy.
okay?
So you
So I
can
could
join the link.
Okay. I think that's probably the best choice because I'm too far away to try banishment,
Okay.
really.
So
And I don't think these can be dispelled, right? Oh no, I could banish, but
the problem here that Kali's gonna know is that you're in a manifest zone of it.
so
So
it could just pop back in.
exactly.
Okay. And they're not summoned, so even though they're magical creatures, you can't dispel magic.
Yeah, no, they have come directly from K3 and manifested here.
Okay, and I assume this will take my action to do the thing of linking with them and making these checks.
Yeah, you're going to be making a persuasion check to
Okay.
assist in the same way that they're trying to take control. But first,
So-
in making this link, you are lashed at with searing heat. It
All right,
just
hit me with some
fills
damage.
it fills your head, and you need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Well, that's a 2 plus 3 for a 5, so I'm gonna go ahead and use my inspiration.
Okay.
Oof.
We don't
Uh,
have that +4 for the food anymore, right?
No.
It's not a great deal. Like, it's not the best roll ever, but now it's a 13 plus 3 for a 16.
All right. So you take half damage, fire damage, 7.
Okay.
As this sears into your mind, and you're hit with this burning desire to go faster, to push through and burn all. A
Get out of my head,
raging,
Sonic!
a raging inferno welling from within you. You're kind of in two places at once. You're facing this wall of fire in your mind, but you see your physical self glowing with heat.
All right.
So,
So,
you're
This
helping
is
them.
specifically a persuasion check now, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just making sure it can't be a deception check instead.
No, this is persuasion only.
Okay.
And it's a persuasion contest.
15 plus 8 for a 23.
All right. So you exert your thought into this elemental, and all the while it's burning you. The three of you have succeeded in tempering it slightly. But that desire keeps fighting back and pushing back. So, with the 3 of you for this round, you've succeeded.
All right.
All right, this water elemental splashes down and washes across in a straight line. So this will hit Hilt and Celica. I need a dexterity saving throw.
All right. Dexterity saving throw. That's a nat 20.
Fantastic.
Dexterity would be +2, so 22.
All right. So you take half damage at 6 cold damage. And with the success, you don't have to make a save. Hilt also succeeded, so only taking the 6 damage and doesn't have to make a save to stay standing. The
No way I'm losing health.
elemental then thrashes out and hits one of you with a tendril of water, kind of just smacking you. This would be at Celica.
Okay.
It is a 17 versus AC.
Nope.
All right, so no damage. You kind of just get slapped with water and kind of brush it off, bringing it to your turn.
All right. So we know a bit about manifest zones now. I don't know if Celica would know, but would I be able to do like some sort of check to see if I can figure out a way to either disable or what's the other word? Interrupt the K3 manifestation?
No way.
Okay.
I mean, I will later, but not now. Sorry. The only way that we know is a possibility is Kavala's disjunction, but she has been unable to teach you that, and she knows that her disjunction did not work. She's trying to make manifest zones stronger, not the opposite. She just discovered a way to disjoin magic from things. Her disjunction doesn't disjoin or suspend manifest zones.
Okay.
Yeah,
I guess
and
that-
it's specifically now called Kavala's disjunction.
Oh no,
Named
the KD.
named spells will be named after people within Eberron, not whatever's on D&D Beyond. Even though
Yeah.
disjunction's a house spell from ages ago.
So instead of Tensor's Floating Disc, it's like
Yes,
Mary's Floating Disc or something.
exactly. Yes.
Leo means
Yes.
Sharon's skater board.
Neomane's Shield. Okay. I guess it would need like some sort of magical charge to like explode the thing, but I don't know enough about manifest stones to know about that. So, one real thing I can do is try and keep these elementals at bay. So I'm gonna engage in melee combat.
Okay.
Do I need to move or am I close enough?
You're close enough. You're in melee range of both of them.
Cool. I'll see if they are affected by physical attacks first. So I shall just hit. With. I just need to remind myself on the thing. Where is it? There it is. Trip, one more connection. Okay, so I will do this with. Is it better to do it with that? So because the water elemental was originally in Sar's range, when it moved, it didn't provoke an attack of opportunity.
No, because she disengaged and got out of melee range of it.
Okay then. I guess to spread the damage around, I'll do Black Flame Blade.
Okay.
So that would be just a normal weapon attack first. That was a 12, so the Mantis Blade is technically +8 right now, right?
Yep.
So that would be 20.
That's a hit.
Nice. Does it also increase like the damage, or is it just to hit?
You get an extra point of damage.
Oh, okay, so that would technically be 1d8 +7 then. I don't know which dice that is. So I'm just going to roll on this Tailspire. Bye, dice. Wow. So 8 +7 for the first damage.
All right, this is 15.
Yep, and then I need to roll 5th level. Well, not 11th, so I do an extra 1d8.
All right.
Sorry, I should have added all this up, and then it would have been quicker. Okay,
All right, so we're
1d8
at
to
20.
the target, and then
Or-
1d8 plus spell modification for to the second creature.
We're at 18.
So that is a 3. Spell modification is +3, so that would be a 6.
24 damage total.
Nice.
So your blade slashes through the water elemental and severs its connection with the manifest zone, slaying it.
Nice.
So, and now for my second attack.
Yep. The wind, the air elemental whirling about, ready to lash
Holy
out
shit.
at you.
Holy, that's a nat 20.
And
Nice.
what type of damage?
That would be just normal weapon damage because that's with the
So
cantrip
slashing.
thing. Yeah.
All right. Let's. Oop, where's the darn thing at? Where's that? Oh my goodness, I have to pull this up now from World Amble because it's not coming up on my history.
Should it be
Do you
in
need
there we
the
go.
crit?
I got it now. Yeah. All right.
Okay,
So
so say-
slashing. Go ahead and roll me another 20.
I did, and it's a 17.
17. All right. So you deal the maximum amount of damage for your normal damage dice, and
Okay, so
then you roll an additional weapon dice.
Okay, so the original would have been 1d8 +7, so it would have been 8 +7 again.
So 15.
Yeah. And then I need to actually roll the second one?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Jesus.
30.
Yeah.
And we roll on the major damage chart. So another d20.
Oh, God.
Look, we just find out that she has a loathing passion for elementals.
It's like whenever chaos happens, I actually start rolling well.
Mhm.
Well, they're non-humans, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
You said to roll another d20?
Yes.
Okay, so that is a 3.
All right. So I can't do that one. Can't do the next one. So it goes to the third option. So you slash through this wind elemental in a way that breaks its tether to the manifest zone, and you reduce its maximum hit points by an amount equal to the damage dealt by this attack, which means that in one fell strike you slice through this air elemental and it is completely severed and slain.
Nice.
did you just one round kill both enemies?
Yes.
You did.
Somehow?
Yes, man. Yes.
Slash.
I think that was
slash.
actually oil of good dice rolls as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, More
Whatever
elementals.
you did different tonight, don't stop.
More
Yeah.
elementals are coming, and the raging inferno that is the fire elemental that's controlling this airship roars to life. Rhiannon, it is your turn.
Oh boy. Well, if those air elementals dealt with, I guess it's not really that big of an issue now.
No,
Well,
but
I
there are
think
more on
they-
the way.
Yeah. I'm thinking I'm probably gonna have to help him with the ship's elemental.
Okay, you're familiar enough with piloting these kind of ships now that you know you don't have to be up there at the helm to make the connection. You can make that link with the fire elemental as a free action.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
So you would do that and then make a wisdom saving throw as you are buffeted by fire searing the front of your brain.
Well, that's why I'm gonna do my inspiration, see if I can get higher. Hey! At 20, so 25 total.
Hey.
All right.
Inspiration.
So you only take half damage. That would be 6 fire damage as you are seared just trying to get in contact with this elemental. And you get this sudden burning passion to go faster, to consume everything you can, everything in your path. Everything must burn. Roll persuasion to contest that.
I didn't know you made a connection to Celica.
So it's 17 plus 6.
All right. It's a struggle, but you succeed at exerting your will on this elemental. It would go to Torin and then Akasha. So it's going to be Torin, Hilt. She is going to begin firing arrows from her storm bow. So she draws back on the string of this bow and it crackles to life with electricity. And there's no arrows in her hand, but when she pulls back to knock this arrow, this invisible arrow, suddenly an arrow whirs to life made of solid electricity, and she fires at some of the water elementals that are roiling up from the top of the waves and getting ready to crash on the ship.
Seriously freaking cool.
Dagger,
Basically like the Quincy bow.
I'm rolling for him. Alright, he succeeds, but does also take some damage. He ends up taking 7 damage from the fire elemental, but he succeeds in exerting his will over it. Torin just nat 20'd it.
Damn.
Nuts.
He only takes a little bit of fire damage as well. And the hatchling dragon is going fierce, very angry, and it makes a very tiny breath attack outward. Enough to arc maybe about 5 feet from it at, an elemental that's on its way, which is, not remotely close to being hit. But it's angry and it made a long spark.
That's adorable.
And then it is the elemental's turn. Another massive, searing stroke of heat rolls across the 4 of you that are linked, and I need another wisdom saving throw.
Got it.
$17 plus 3, 20.
All right.
19 plus 5. So that's 24.
All right. So you end up taking 7 fire damage. That's halved from the original. as this thing sears at you again, and then I need a persuasion check to go against the elementals as it's trying to exert its pressure on the four of you.
It's like you're having a debate with the elemental.
Pretty much. All right, we have
16 plus 8 for 24.
We have one failure, one success, two successes now.
So I got 16 plus wisdom plus what? Persuasion, sorry.
Yeah.
Plus 6. Yeah, 22.
All right, so the three of you exert your pressure.
And
your...
did you roll both of them with advantage?
Yeah, they still failed
Because of the enhanced ability?
Yeah,
Okay.
they unfortunately failed. Well, the one unfortunately failed. That was Dagger. He succeeded in the wisdom save, but failed in the persuasion. But that's still 3 out of 4 succeeding over this elemental. The heat pushing against you is disorienting and confusing you at this point in time. And Torin shouts, "We're gonna have to let it burn. We can't sit in this storm for too long. There's so much already going wrong. We need to let go. And hold on to something. With any luck, the ship won't rip itself apart with the new reinforcements."
I kind of want to inside him because of the whole thing on the newspaper saying that the driver lost
No,
control.
you would be able to tell that
Okay.
because he would be like chanting, he would be acting very strange. So no, he's not being taken over. He's saying, we need to let this ship burn a course through this hurricane, or we're gonna have to continue to fight against the ship and elementals crashing into it.
All right.
So
Taking a leap of faith.
yeah, we're gonna believe in the elemental. That's what Torin and Dagger are trying to agree to do. Will Callie and Rhiannon listen to them?
Who was it that failed the check? Dagger?
Yes.
Well, it's hard to disagree with the man who's been piloting this thing the longest.
Yeah, Kali doesn't understand the piloting, so she's trusting Dagger. Or Torin, rather.
All right. So he's going to do a countdown, and everybody just hold on to your butts. So I'm not going to require any saves here. All I'm going to do is roll to see if the ship breaks or not. I've already done all the math required for this, so all I have to do is roll a percentile dice.
Please don't.
Not this again.
I'm rolling a lot here. All right, here goes.
That's probably the loudest I've heard dice roll.
It's just the silence of everything. The music
Yeah.
stopped at just the right time. All right. The dice have been cast.
If it requires it, I would use my special.
And the fire goes white hot, and the ship accelerates at a pace you've never experienced before. The rings of fire fully engulf the ship going forward. That's just how fast you end up moving. And you're basically, flattened to the ground where you stand from the acceleration. Pairing the raw power of this elemental and the double rings with the manifest zone, you break many speed records in how fast this ship is going, and it is just blazing nonstop until you make it out of the hurricane.
Yay.
It's not
The ship's
till nightfall that you see the other end of this hurricane. It's massive. As night falls, you find the four of you find yourselves extremely spent, as if you've exerted all of your willpower to even stay awake. And Hilt says she has it from here for the rest of the night, as she's able to handle the airship for a short amount of time. That said, the four of you are going to need a long rest, and
Yes.
Yeah.
everybody else is going to be able to get a long rest. And to help progress, hang on a sec. This computer came on from sleep. So, as the story is needed to progress a bit here before we close out tonight's session, we all get our long rest, and by morning, we find ourselves flying in to Tervalistas.
Whew.
And let me make it somewhat early morning and get some music going here. This one.
That's not ominous.
We approach from the distance for Tervalistas. Let me just grab everybody's tokens here. Torin, Hilt, and Dagger are going to remain on the ship just in case we need to book it. I was able to add the palace to this map finally, which is, in the distance. It is still a small island that is built onto.
Whoa.
Oh god, the frame rate.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
Sudden
all
drop.
loading.
Yes.
Oh man, it looks so good.
As we are arriving, of course, bits of the hurricane are hitting, small strands and strings from the hurricane's long reaching arms are causing rain to fall. And let's get a little bit more fog here.
Oh man, I love the lighthouses and the port.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the rain that is falling is red. A red,
Oh.
almost blood red, begins to stain the desert sands as you all disembark from the airship and begin to make your way to Tervalistas. All right. So I will allow you guys to approach as you see fit, as you see the magnificent, well, once magnificent, but now dry bramble that is the thorn walls that protect the city of Tervalistas.
Yeah, it's not it's looking kinda dry out here.
Yeah.
I'm thinking probably best to scout out instead of walking up to the gate. So she wants to send Colin up ahead to check it out because this doesn't look good by any metric.
Yes.
Colleen goes back to her desert traveler shiftweave look.
Okay.
I
There's
guess I'll wear the desert stuff too.
there's people camped outside, similar to when you guys last came here so many sessions ago.
Pumpkin.
But the people are very dreary seeming from Cohen's eyes. Nobody's really very energetic. There's a lot more beggars about, and Cohen spots at least two people that kind of just fall over in the street. It is a desperate situation at best.
As much as she wants to stay here,
There's
part of what she has planned means going back home first, then coming back to Tiaval Stars.
there's no evidence of Lamagna's manifest zone here anymore.
Jesus. Yeah. Bloody hell. Yeah, she's thinking. She needs to go home first, like properly go home.
There's like, this is a big problem.
Yeah. And we need all the help we can get.
All right. So, deciding against going into the city as the five of you suggest we go to your estate close to, what was it?
Kath.
Yes. Which
How long
is
they- how
up
long is
the
travel is
Redwater
that?
River.
So
With the skiff,
when we were here
it's-
last,
it's going to be most of the day.
when we were here last, there was no indication that they ended up taking any notice of us, really. Because we snuck in very stealthily and snuck out without really any encounters.
That you are aware of, correct.
I think that Kali feels like we need to, at least some of us need to do something now. Like, people are
Yeah,
literally falling over on the street.
yeah. It's
At worst, it looks less suspicious for just a few of us to disembark, to be
Mhm.
like here already.
Should we split up, like half stay here, half go, or just Syria goes?
Never split the party, mate.
Well, I know that from like a metagaming perspective, but from a in character standpoint, I don't think Kali would be all right, because her whole thing was like we just talked about at that dinner was this has to be about more than just personal stuff, and now it's like we should go to my parents' house.
Well, no, the whole plan along
Yeah.
was to get the family involved in fixing Tiaval Stars.
I understand that, but there are people who need help like right the fuck now.
What are we gonna do? Hand out good berries and get caught by Lynn and Jaren?
That's the thing.
Yeah,
Is
At
like,
least
just handing out good praise is not going to be like you're breaking the law.
Well, the thing is it's we know how oppressive the Talonors have been.
to
And
druids as well, specifically.
yes. Just
And
walking
soft druids,
in and
just,
and you're gonna stick out like a sore thumb because you're gonna walk in and start helping people. Most of the people who wanted to help have left here, not long
Days
after
ago.
you guys left. So,
But the big thing
will
that
stand
could
out
be
big time.
beneficial to doing this would be getting some people in means that you don't have as big of a group approaching all at once, which is more suspicious. You also have the benefit of getting
I think
on the ground information,
I-
reconnaissance.
I
but-
think that's what Rhiannon was trying to go with, though, is a big group approaching,
yeah.
Okay.
not so much just a stealth attack.
More
So to
power,
say.
power in numbers.
Yeah.
Well, Rhiannon, convince Kali.
Well, simple calculus. We need as many people as we can get. I'm sure by this stage, my parents would have rallied the desert tribes and what few druids may have been left on the land. That's what they've been doing this entire time while we were in Sharn, is gathering what they can of Vaelnar to retake Tiaval Stas from my rather wonderful uncle and his fiendish whore. We can't do anything here practical to save this place as is, not with how few we are. And we'd be walking into another perfect trap.
We know a way in that they do not know of. That is how we got our prisoner out before.
That was then. This is now. Look at the place. It's desiccated. It's just too perfect for them. And no doubt they would have sealed off every nook and cranny that we could or would have used. I want to help this place as much as you do, but we can't do anything practical here and now. Not if we're going to change Tirvan stars for the better in the long run.
Holly just takes a deep breath, looks out over the city.
We need
Fine.
Vaelnar behind us for this, not just ourselves.
Fine. I will accede to your request. Let us go with all due haste.
All right, so we take the air skiff to the Enlaeus estate. I'm gonna drop your tokens
Oh,
with
and-
Enlaeus estate here.
That night before we had our long rest, Kali would put a 3rd level counterspell back into that slot.
All right.
I'm actually shaking. I hate being on the waiting room GM screen.
Yeah.
So you arrive at the Enlaeus estate, which thankfully is how you imagined it. But those rains are approaching. There's evidence of the desert encroaching here, but it has not made it into the estate. It's just made it closer to it. So you know it's still approaching.
Mm.
You are greeted by, the typical staff. Nothing seems amiss, and somebody comes to greet you and asks where the other one is and welcomes the new people.
She'll just give a quick answer. Oh, he's comfortable where he is. He didn't want to come back just yet, so it was rather important he stayed where he was.
No. The other one.
Are they talking about Asia?
Shepherd.
Oh, right.
Wow. How quickly we forget the non-humans
Well,
when
Yeah,
they
really.
No, because when I said, no,
Yeah,
because it was.
No, they would know- they would
so
know
I thought
Aesir.
they were brother. Yeah. So that's what I assumed. They thought asking for Aesir.
No.
Gone. Died saving thousands. And more, and possibly more. That could not be counted.
How did they do that?
Sacrifice.
Well, that's a very honorable thing that they did. And did the other one also die?
Yeah. When they say other one, who do they mean now?
I think you might mean Bardman.
No,
No. Sam was
they
here the
know
whole time.
Samuel. The other, can't for the life of me. Here,
No.
he walks you into the estate, barracks manor, which is way up over here.
Wee.
Yeah. And here, I'm just gonna place a marker here. Put you guys there.
Yeah.
And you have no memory of when this painting was made. But it's Shepherd, it's Celica, it's Rhiannon, and Samwell, and most of Rhiannon's family. But next to Celica is somebody that has very similar hair color. And I'd be damned if the eyes didn't match Celica's eyes exactly. And a lot of you look over to Celica, and tears are streaming down her face. She subconsciously mutters, "Brother." And that's where tonight's session ends.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Bloody hell.
So in this
Guts can't
painting,
breathe.
is somebody you guys have never seen before, or at least can't remember it.
But obviously he was here with us.
So let me end the stream. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll catch you next week.
Later.
Bye.
Nah.
Good.